everybody. This is Craig from the Pacific War Channel. This is Echoes of War, joined here by my co host, Gaurav. How are you?
Hey Craig, great to be here and really looking forward to today's episode since I've been championing this idea for quite a while.
We've been talking about this for maybe a year at this point. It's always been in the
Yeah,
background. It's going to be a complex one. It's actually one where I'm a lot weaker. I know quite a bit, but I've certainly nothing close to what happens in the Pacific. Based off the title of whatever we'll call this episode, this is going to be part one in a series covering the Battle of the Atlantic. And I really hope people are going to enjoy this one. We're going to have a lot of maps, especially of the convoys. We're going to have a lot of figures with bios. So there's going to be portraits of them. So if you like, please check us out on YouTube as we try to make this more of a visual experience. And before we start, just want to say, if you'd like to further support the channel, please consider joining the YouTube membership. And a big thanks. I've had a few people join up recently. So it's starting to grow,
that's great.
as well as the Patreon account, which is significantly larger, mind you. But both are identical, same price for everything, same experience. You get access to the exclusive podcast series. I'm going to be making episode 39 pretty soon, so a poll is going to go up as to the subjects I might select. Get early access to all the content I make, and like I mentioned, we do monthly polls, and you can even comment any type of subject matter you want me to cover. Doesn't have to be the Pacific War at all. I've covered various different history things, fantasy like Lord of the Rings, and I'm hoping one day someone's going to let me write something in sci-fi. We'll see. But yeah.
Star Wars Legends incoming.
It would only be Legends. I'm not touching anything of the recent stuff. It doesn't exist.
I mean, I've literally been listening to the audiobooks of the X-Wing series.
Nice. I want to get the audibles for the Thrawn trilogy because I only read it when I was a teenager.
I have them.
That's the best. That's my favorite of all time. I mean, I think everyone has championing that. Like, that should have been episode 8, 9.
Should have definitely go for Outbound Flight as well.
Okay. Episode 7, 8, 9 should have just been the Tron trilogy, whatever. Sorry, the Thrawn trilogy. I said Tron there. But we're going to jump into it. This is the Battle of the Atlantic. And, well, take me hostage, Gaurav.
Thanks, Craig. As we can see, while this particular figure is not going to play a role too much in today's episode, but he's one of the greatest escort commanders of World War II, Commander Donald McIntyre. And like him, there will be several other great commanders, corvette captains from the Kriegsmarine, the admirals from both navies, who we will be talking about. The Battle of the Atlantic, you could consider as the longest single campaign of World War II. It started right at the outbreak of war in September 1939, continued right up to the final surrender of Germany. And it was the tonnage war. And despite not having any really massive battle engagements like you would see in the Pacific, you do have a few scraps between capital ships. The Battle of the Denmark Strait, the sinking of the Scharnhorst, the Channel Dash, as some great encounters, but mostly it is between the Allied escort and the U-boats as they try to hunt down the merchantmen of the Allied Navy. Now, how did we come to this? Now, when war was declared, Germany is a land force army. They are predominantly going to be fighting on the continent. They have they've developed the doctrine, which will become the Blitzkrieg, which utilizes the Air Force. The most, I would even call it underappreciated arm, will be the Kriegsmarine, led by Admiral Eric Raeder. And they have pretty much no role because everything is tailored to a ground offensive. As we've discussed in the past, Greg, the Luftwaffe was not a strategic air force, it was always a tactical air force. Now, there was one visionary, you could call him, was Admiral Karl Donitz, who was the commander of the U-boat arm just before war broke out. Craig, would you like to talk a little bit about Donitz? Just a bit brief about his background.
Maybe you can lead us first just to talk a little bit about him.
Sure. But Donitz was, you could call him the visionary because he really wanted to champion the idea of taking on the submarines and making it, the decisive weapon against Britain. Now, he enlisted with the German Navy, which was back then the Imperial German Navy, in 1910. One moment, I'm just bringing up his portrait. Unfortunately, I have a lot of tabs open. And Donitz was also, I think, he participated in the submarine service right in 1916 itself and was actually captured towards the end of the war.
Yeah,
And
he had started in World War One. He served on some cruisers and some torpedo boats, but then he ended up transferring to submarines. And by 1918, he had commanded the U-68, and he was operating in the Mediterranean.
where he was, the vessel was scuttled and he was captured. Now, the Treaty of Versailles forbade the construction of submarines, but Germany had already circumnavigated that block, oh, well before its restrictions were removed. And by 1935, Eric Raeder, who is the commander in chief of the Kriegsmarine, is pushing Donitz to rebuild this arm. However, here's the problem: Donitz is not getting the backing of Raeder and Hitler in terms of resource allocations. They are still hell bent on the Z plan and the big battleships and capital ships to combat Britain, right? Like how Admiral Tirpitz envisioned it uh, decades ago. Donitz wanted to sink Britain economically by strangling its supplies through a large U-boat arm, and throughout 1937 onwards kept pestering the top brass that I need 300 U-boats, I need 300 U-boats. This was a number that he calculated on the rule of thirds to have 100 U-boats in active combat operations, where one third will be on active combat, one third will be in the ports, undergoing refit, training, and everything, and the last one third will be going to the battle zones to replace some of the crews, and the others would already be on their way back. This was his hope, and wanting to sink around 500,000 tons of shipping a month, which was to bring Britain to its knees. That was his grand objective. Now, when war broke out, he had already ordered his U-boats to go out at sea, but it's a really small force. We're talking about just 50 U-boats, not even close to the number he requested. And I'll just say one thing: he was a very respected leader. He knew his commanders by name. He looked after his men, looked out for them, and they used to call him like Uncle Carl as well. So that was at least a bit of respect for him, I guess. Now, this is going to be kind of map that we will be showcasing throughout in different variants. At the start of the war, uh, Greg, I'm wondering if you could just zoom in a little bit to the center of the map. Yeah, towards Norway and such. When war broke out, this is the problem for Eric Raeder. Sorry, the Donitz and even Raeder, you could say. Where how will the Germans get to the Atlantic where Britain's navy is going to be operating? They have to go through the Baltic Sea and through Norway and then go across. Now it means that these vessels will have to spend considerable amount of time going through the strait and getting to the open waters. So it reduces their combat effectiveness. That's where so this is their current problem right now. But no one really believes in the U-boat arm in Germany. And they kind of got a bad start to life, you could say, because of one particular individual and what he did. One moment. Just pardon me because I have to go through God knows how many images. But this was the SS Athena. It was sunk just shortly after war was declared. It was a passenger ship that was sunk about 200 miles or so, approximately, northwest of Ireland. It was sunk by the captain of a U boat, and that was a certain Fritz Julius Lemp, a very important figure for the outcome of the war, you could say. And this ship was actually sunk in error. He misidentified and fired on the ship, even though at this time there was no unrestricted submarine warfare in effect. So you're not supposed to attack any civilian ship. You can only attack merchant ships, you can only attack military vessels. And it caused a huge public backlash because literally it's just hours after the war's been declared and already a passenger liner has been sunk. And the Germans kind of like hushed it over internally, with even uh, the propaganda ministry actually going as far as to blaming Winston Churchill for orchestrating the attack and sinking the Athena, and then saying, "Oh, he sunk it, but made wanted to make it Germany's fault, so we look bad." Luckily, most people did not really buy it, and because the Germans were kind of blindsided because Lemp did not report this in the logs, that they decided to just hush it over, no court martial, nothing. And Admiral Donitz even uh, suggested on modifying all official logs to kind of build on the story that they never fired on. This would actually be one of the key points that would later be part of his conviction in the war crime trials after the war. So now we have this kind of like, PR nightmare that people like Hitler and Rader who are not already too fond of the U-boat arm, you got to convince them of the value of the U-boat. And that is where Karl Donitz decides on a really big gamble. That gamble is sending a U-boat into the Royal Navy's base at Scapa Flow. In our Jutland series, Craig, if you remember, we talked about Scapa Flow as the bastion where the Grand Fleet was based, and it still remained a big bastion for the British fleet. This is where all their battleships and heavy cruisers would be docked. And the person selected for this was the commander of U-47, Günther Prien. Craig, would you like to briefly talk about Prien and his career before? Because he's one of the most decorated aces of the U-boats.
Yeah, here I'm just going to pull up a portrait of him. Well, I have so many tabs open as well. Here, I think this is him.
Yep.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure because I have way too many tabs open. So,
completely understandable.
He was one of the most celebrated U-boat commanders during the early years of World War II for Nazi Germany. He joined the Kriegsmarine in 1936 after serving in the Reichsmarine, qualifying as a submarine officer. Prien quickly distinguished himself through aggressive leadership, meticulous preparation, and a keen sense of tactical opportunity. Probably his greatest achievement was aboard U-boat U-47, which is going to be in 1939, during which he's executing what we're about to talk about, a daring maneuver that's going to hit, I don't want to say, a significant warship of the Royal Navy that was docked in Scapa Flow. He was taking part in which was essentially a small raid, but it very much shocked the Royal Navy what was the outcome. And I think this is kind of what kickstarted his World War II career, you could say, gave him his name. And other than that, I don't want to give away too much what you're about to say because most.
But he was a celebrated ace. He would be sinking over 160,000 tons of shipping
Yeah,
in
it's a
his
lot.
missions. Yeah, and that still was not the top number.
Yep.
One moment, just get a small image of Scapa Flow.
Not perfect. Yeah, that's a problem when we come up with these bios. Usually, the bio wants to highlight the greatest achievement of the person, and what you're about to say is his greatest achievement. So, yeah,
True enough.
I don't want to give it
Unfortunately,
away.
I guess that is the reality, right?
Yeah, but yeah, he was a distinguished U-boat commander. I'm not sure, is he the one? Is he the same guy that Das Boot is based off of, or is it someone
Uh,
else?
I'm not 100% sure, but this is
Yeah,
just like Scapa Flow. So this
yeah,
kind of gives you an indication of what kind of a naval fortress it is. I think that's the proper term. All your battleships, aircraft carriers are going to be here. So that means that destroyer groups is going to be operating from here as well. So it's a base with 40 to 50 ships because Britain at this point is unbelievably powerful in naval terms. It's not even close. Even like at the start of the outbreak of war, Britain has 15 battleships and battle cruisers to 5 of the Germans. This is including the Bismarck and Tirpitz, which are still under construction. So they're not yet operational, but they're there. Britain has 7 aircraft carriers, none of the Germans. 66 cruisers against 9 of the Germans. 66 to 9. And destroyers, Britain has over 184 compared to 22 of the Germans. In submarines, they're almost on par with Britain having 60 and Germany having 57. Granted, the British fleet is going to be spread across all of its domains. So you're going to have the Far East forces, you're going to have the Mediterranean and the home fleet. But the naval disparity is mind boggling. And Germany knows, and they don't have also the capacity to, fight them. But the idea for Donitz with this raid is nothing beyond PR, right? He needs to get something so that Hitler is willing to back him up. So, on the 9th of 14th October, he avoids Gunther Preen and U-47, slips in undetected to Scapa Flow, which is, they've not fully erected their anti-submarine defenses yet. And he surfaces for a while to observe. An interesting note, which I think people may not really realize about the U-boats, they're not true submarines. They cannot stay submerged for extended periods of time, and a lot of their sailing actually happens on the surface. Given their very sleek silhouette and just the coning tower and just maybe the top of the ship being visible, it's still pretty hard to spot, even by the many Allied aircraft that would later roam the Atlantic on recon missions. Sorry. So when he approaches, he surfaces, he says at 2200 the Orkney navigation lights came on for 30 minutes, which allowed Preen to fix his positions, and he and his men, dived and observed ships to know their position and where they would be. And he then decides to select one of the battleships, which is one of the Revenge Rodney class battleships from World War One, HMS Royal Oak. So it has a lot of uh, you know prestige to it, right? Because the Black Shoe Club, as we've discussed in some of the Pacific Wars, and the the big nature of a battleship, the prestige that came with it, it's still there. And he actually thought he was attacking 2 battleships, but the other was unfortunately a seaplane tender Pegasus, not a battleship. And at the night of 15th October, at 55 minutes past midnight, he began his attack, which ended approximately half an hour later. firing 7 torpedoes, some of which were, failed or ran wide of target. Because the further north you go, the magnetic distortions really hamper the German submarines at this time. However, the battleship was hit by a second salvo and several torpedoes and sank in 13 minutes. And
Oof,
835 of its 1,200 man crew were killed
that's
or later died of their wounds. But in terms of a tactical loss, it wasn't really big, right? Because Britain has way more assets, but the morale was plummeting because
also, I mean, hitting
Britain's
Scapa Flow seems
it's
impossible.
audacious.
Yeah.
You because and the thing is, he escapes. It's not like the raid on Alexandria where the Italian human torpedoes crippled a couple of battleships. They were still caught though. This is he goes slips right into Scapa Flow, fires in the middle of it into a battleship, and escapes. The German PR machine no doubt milked this, and this elevated the U-boat standing in their armed forces. And for Britain, it was so bad they actually would abandon Scapa Flow until March of 1940. Now, next major operation, because right now they are sending out ships, is going to be Norway. So this is in the build up to the invasion of France. And this is where Eric Raeder and the Nazi High Command order the U-boats to support the invasion, which Donitz and all of the guys protested heavily because they were like, this is an absolutely stupid idea since the narrow fjords are not going to allow us to maneuver, and there were known issues with the German U-boat torpedoes. The it was also even called like a torpedo crisis. So it wasn't unique to the Americas that they had really bad torpedoes. Even the Germans were facing the same problem.
I was going to say, at least the Germans seem to be acknowledging the existence of a problem.
Yeah, they did at least start rectifying it right away, but it takes time because torpedoes are very expensive weapons of war. And the biggest issue was they were the failure of the magnetic pistol of these torpedoes, where they would have a magnetic influence exploder, which was once it connects is gonna detonate the explosive within the warhead. And a lot of the times it actually detonated prematurely. Keep in mind, like the commanders will have to probably calculate the distance and speed, heading, everything of their target, and then set the torpedoes. And if it explodes prematurely, it's gonna do nothing. Or at other times, it would just not even explode. So it's just basically a dud. And the further north you went in terms of the latitude, the worse it became because of the stronger magnetic influences that were exerted. So in the Norwegian campaign, it was just a horrendous time for the crews. And another major problem which was there is the depth issue. Usually the torpedoes are programmed to run at a certain depth, like say 10 feet or 20 feet, whatever that number may be. Despite programming it for a certain depth, they would actually be running even below that. So chances are they could just sail completely underneath the ship. So that was like the big issues with the torpedoes at this time, you could say. And at the turn of 1940, right? So this is also before the Norwegian campaign. The U-boat crews have also taken losses. Out of 50 U-boats that were available, they've lost almost 10 to combat. It's a pretty big blow. And if we consider the rule of thirds that I mentioned earlier, it means there are only 12 to 13 U-boats operating at any given time across theaters, which is nowhere close to the 100 number that Donitz wanted. And
Thanks to
I
Raider.
yeah, and I think this is like a great uh instance of how bad the torpedoes were for the Norwegian campaign. HMS Warspite, a British battleship, was present in the campaign from the Allied side. The U-boats fired about 14 torpedoes at her, and all failed to detonate. A similar number were also fired at the nearby escorts and transports of the Allies. No losses recorded. And this, no doubt, also conversely destroyed the morale of the German U-boat crews, because what's the point, right? You can't have the U-boat duel with a battleship with the surface gun. But after this, we have the situation of the Battle of France, right? Like after the Battle of France, you could say. Right now, because this is when there's a drastic shift in the war. This is called the happy time. Donitz was very happy when France fell, because he rushed a lot of his crews over to France and started building the naval bases, because now the ships don't have to sail all the way back to Germany. Because the route that they would be taking would not be just going through the channel. They would actually be going across Scotland and around the top of the British Isles, because the channel was just too heavily fortified. And one of the biggest issues Britain has at this point is good. Yeah. One of the issues that the British have at this point, they have not yet implemented the convoy system that they used in World War One. Ships are just sailing as is.
Oh, sorry, folks. Just having a bit of connectivity issues. Gaurav will be back in a second.
Engelbert Endras and Victor Ornen are some of the great aces, with Shepka and Otto Kretschmer being some of those that actually sank well over 200,000 tons of shipping. So that was a lot. And interestingly enough, this is also where the Wolfpack starts coming in. Dönitz realized if he needs to try to convince Hitler even more to allocate more steel production, he needs the PR. And he was pretty good at that. When U-boat captains would be returning to the French ports after a very successful patrol where they would be sinking merchant ships, he would be there, the media cameras are ready, and he'll be like, shaking hands, popping champagne and everything to get the image out there of the U-boats, right? And he also pioneered, which is where a convoy is pretty hard to find. Even if you have like 48 merchant ships, it's not easy to locate a convoy, especially with Goring not giving you any support. And they try to use the Wolfpack to spread across the line along the expected route. And moment one, I think this is one moment. I think I'll have a better image up, Greg. Just give me a second.
There's also this map that shows the general area of which operations are taking place for everything.
This is broadly what I was also looking at. I have this exact same map open.
Yeah, this one came from it's a Canadian site, actually. Because people forget this is kind of our main action during the war was about the Atlantic.
Pretty important, though.
Yeah.
Don't sell yourself short on that.
Mm-hmm.
And now that you have the boats here, so the tactics that the U-boats would use is they would spread across that expected line, as you can see, which we have of the routes, right? And from there, they will be on the surface just literally looking with their binoculars trying to find where the convoy is. That's pretty much what it was. And then when they would find a convoy, they're going to radio in other U-boats, and then they would be moving in. Now, this coordination allowed them to improve their chances of spotting an allied convoy, but it actually also increased their chances of being detected. Because the increased radio traffic, the British realized that that could be an area where there's a concentration of U-boats and would be able to route convoys away from them. But and a lot of the kills that we would still be talking about would still happen to individually sailing convoys. Sorry, individually sailing ships. And there's a reason we still have individual ships, and that is thanks to now Prime Minister Winston Churchill. Because though there was also jokes apart, it's it's a neutral decision, you could say. You can't call it good or bad because they did give the a lot of the kills to the U-boats, but certain merchant ships were just so much more faster than their convoy brethren, you could call it.
Yeah, you're only as
And
fast as your slowest ship. Yeah.
true. And the U-boats would really want, like the Type 7 U-boat, which was the primary U-boat that was used. They had a speed of 17 knots and 7 knots at the surface and submerged respectively. So some of the ships could actually outgun them, which is why these guys actually love to go into the convoy's middle at night, surface, and then attack. It's pretty breathtaking. And there were like convoys like convoy HX-72, for example. That year we saw 11 ships in one convoy get destroyed. And one of the reasons they were so successful for the first happy time was the lack of British escorts. Do you know why there were no British escorts at this time?
Why?
They were still fearful of a German naval invasion.
Mm-hmm.
Operation Sea Lion, even though Air Marshal Hugh Dowding had been doing a bang up job of denying the air superiority, it was actually like a few people like Admiral so- I keep forgetting, like Fraser Forbes.
Forbes is Charles Forbes.
Yeah, Admiral Charles Forbes, who is currently the commander in chief of the Home Fleet. He argued consistently that we can dispatch ships to come and support the British merchant ships. He said there is no way in hell we will not know the German invasion is imminent with at least a 24 to 48-hour warning. And that's more than enough time to recall a lot of the escorting destroyers. Keep in mind, destroyers are designed to be the primary anti-submarine ship, but they're just
Mm.
also just a good general purpose ship.
But in
So his
hindsight, it's absolutely insane that they would even contemplate that the Germans would have the capability of doing Sea Lion, because
it,
they would
it, it
have to
was just
know
fear.
paratroopers can't pull this off.
Well, I mean, they don't have Vespas with anti-tank guns.
By the way, this is a total random note, but
Yeah.
somebody used AI to colorize a test video of
Hmm.
one of the later defense systems Britain had in case of an
Hmm.
invasion. And I'm not kidding. I wasn't aware this was a thing. They had these extremely large flamethrowers that could shoot like 200 yards. It was insane watching this video how far the flame could go. They would have incinerated these paratroopers. It would have been
And
horrifying.
as Admiral Forbes said, there's no way they will not know, at least with a 24-hour warning of
Of
the
course.
German troops getting ready.
And yeah, and the German transports is what, some French fishing boats, I guess, like whatever they would have.
Dutch barges as well, add them to
Yeah,
the
yeah,
lot.
of course.
But that was the reality. So he said, we can dispatch it and ships will still come back to help us. We are not going to be protected. And if they actually were able to even dispatch, like, say, 50 destroyers, or the U-boats are going to be hunted quite early. It's actually interesting that we always think of the U-boat as they have that myth in our head, right? As the silent killer, that predator from the shadows, when they were actually even bigger prey than the merchant ships, as we will see in 1943 onwards.
Oh yeah.
And it's just crazy to think that Britain could not even spare ships. Because even if you account for the losses of Dunkirk, this was the strength of the the navies in the summer of 1940. Okay,
But
the key word is it's the operational ships. It's not including losses and under repair or construction.
I would just note one thing.
What?
Britain could, of course, spare these escort ships, but if more merchant ships were to sink, wouldn't that help Churchill's cause to get America into the war? you know,
It could, at this moment, not really.
I
I'll just
guess.
get to that maybe after I finish this point of their
Sure.
operational strength. The German Kriegsmarine operational strength of the surface fleet: three cruisers and four destroyers. That's it.
Yippee.
The British home fleet alone was five battleships, one carrier, 11 cruisers, eight destroyers. And Mediterranean had seven battleships, two carriers, seven cruisers, and 30 destroyers. And they had many more destroyers on other stations and even the Far East. Operational. This is after Dunkirk. And at the start of 1940, the Germans added 22 submarines to their navy. This is over and above the few battleships that were already under construction. That's it. The British, on the other hand, in 1940 added one battleship, two carriers, seven cruisers, 27 destroyers, 15 submarines, and 50 corvettes. The first escort vessels coming in. It's not even a contest. Oh, do you want to know how many merchant ships were built in that same period as well of
How
1940?
many?
810.
Whew.
I mean, varying sizes, so not all of them are going to be the Liberty ship type big, but that's an insane number. And Britain had the largest merchant fleet in the world before the war. And during the summer invasions, right, of the Nordics and then the Low Countries and sorry, and of France, a lot of those countries actually gave their merchant fleets to Britain.
Yep, of
So
course.
Britain actually has like over, I think, a shipping tonnage of over 18 million tons right now.
My God. It's a lot.
This is not even counting any American help right now.
Yeah, yeah, no, the British definitely on the seas, they had this.
Yeah, and the Italians were not really important because
Oh yeah,
Italians.
the Italian fleet at Taranto is just they're gonna wait for their due date. Yeah.
But to your question about the U.S., so the U.S. had the neutrality law in place. They would be willing to sell uh, goods to anybody, but they were definitely way more sympathetic to Britain and France than they were to
hmm
the Germans and Japanese. But the main provisions of the law meant it's cash and carry. You have to.
Yeah.
There's no credit. You're gonna pay it, and you're gonna transport it yourself. We're not doing anything. We're just literally, the store from where you buy it.
I'm not sure what year it is when Roosevelt makes the deal with Churchill. I
For
forget
the destroyer
the
for bases,
destroyer for the bases in the
it's
Caribbean.
it's in 1940,
Fortica.
because it's after the fall of France. Roosevelt had really began to, start the rearmament of the United States, because U.S. was a really small armed force at this time.
Yeah, the interwar years, they had one. It was as if they weren't even trying to defend themselves. It's kind of crazy.
And if I'm not mistaken, they had what do you call the Portugal had a larger army than the United States.
Yeah, yeah. The United States. I mean, their greatest enemy was Mexico. They just had these border skirmishes for a long time, with Pancho Villa and all that stuff. So the Rangers in the South was about the only thing they had going. And during World War One, they had they did get their army up to standard, you could say, for that brief engagement when they come over at the very end of World War One, and then they immediately dismantle. The interwar years, they really kind of fall apart.
Yeah, and by the time also when they fought in World War One, Britain, France, and Germany were absolutely drained and exhausted. Should not
Yeah.
forget that. But Roosevelt had slowly been nudging Congress, so he had actually formed an advisory group as well. Like it was one of those various many offices that Roosevelt just, really liked creating. And I think one of the most important people that he would actually even appoint were like, Bill Knudsen, who would be the chairman of the Office of Armaments. Then that office would go through several iterations because right now they still have to navigate labor laws and everything. But he slowly started to push because these guys are the big industrialists are trying to start getting commitments from the the big companies, the subcontractors, and everything to start the manufacturing of ships, everything. And I think it was also in 1940 where one of the most iconic ships was designed in a collaborative effort between Britain and US. And it is this lovely ship here, the Liberty ship. The Liberty ships were actually designed by Robert Cyril Thompson. He ran a shipbuilding firm in the United Kingdom, and the idea was to go to US in September 1940 and get merchant ships built there. Because at that time, because of the happy time and them targeting the individual merchant ships, Germany was actually sinking a tonnage of around 350,000 tons a month. Nowhere close to Donitz's target of 500,000, but it's still enough to feel a pinch.
The Japanese would have begged for that kind of tonnage.
Yeah, it's it's actually like the even though with the losses and replacements, at in June 1940, Britain's tonnage was 18.9 million tons in merchant shipping, and towards the end of September, its net tonnage was now 18.8 million. It's not even amusing.
Yeah, you can sink as much as you want, but if they just keep producing more, eventually.
Yeah. So it's actually like Robert Cyril Thompson finally gets approval of a design that he has put, which would form the foundations for the Liberty ships. And this would be a ship that would be carrying 10,000 tons of cargo. And he would actually, go. They were like very cheap, so they were riveted together. The Liberty ships actually did not even use diesel; they used steam
Yeah, economical.
because no, economical and easier to maintain.
Yep.
And each ship was supposed to, I think, cost like less than 100,000 pounds or so to make it like kind of bang for the buck, you could say. And he was able to later work with one really prominent industrialist, Henry J. Kaiser, who was the only shipbuilder, no, well, not shipbuilder, like literally the only industrialist who took up the task for the Liberty ships. Because no shipyard of the US was really willing to take it up, and they already had like their own naval contracts because the US is slowly starting to rearm itself. And Kaiser in late September and on of 1940, he is working to create his own shipyards in the six ships company, and later they would optimize it so goddamn much I think the record speed for building an entire Liberty ship later in the war, I think it was 15 days from
That's
scratch to finish.
incredible. Yeah, that's incredible.
Uh, I know at peak production, and I think one shipyard was run by his son, and one was run by his one of his, you could call him like a right hand man, and those guys kept competing to outdo each other, like who could build the ship the fastest. I think at one point it was three Liberty ships being launched every 2 days. You just can't compete with that.
Yep.
But I now back to from doctrine and everything. One of the reasons Donits's plans would to starve Britain out would never succeed was actually Britain's own food program that they launched. Unlike France, which did not start rationing at all, Britain actually started rationing its population by September 1939.
Because they had the experience of World War One, they knew what
And
to expect.
and not to mention France just really did not want to go into any. They were like politically unstable.
Yeah, that's like a something people don't talk about enough is even at the very end of World War One, like France almost fell to communism. It's incredible how messed up their political scene was.
Actually, what's messed up is in the interwar years, Britain had 8 prime ministers and France had like 33 different prime ministers
Yeah.
in 20 years.
Yep.
So Britain would actually be, growing its own food. The Dig for Victory campaign was one part of this. And they were actually way more practical about going through with this plan. Now, I'll get into more details maybe in the second episode, but they focused on high yield crops, provided farmers assistance, and instead of appointing the government ministries to oversee everything, they the government ministry of food production would actually work with local farmer groups because those folks would actually know the soil, terrain, everything, all the nuts and bolts of what you dirt and weeds, I guess, for
So you would
eco
say that
parlance.
the government would allow those who actually know how to do anything?
The government would work with councils, and these councils have like prominent farmers from the regions that are appointed, and these guys will then work with the local farmer. Britain actually even got Ford to build a factory and just produce cheap tractors, which they then distributed to all these farmers to improve mechanization. And the farming group was also like protected, so the people who worked in agriculture were actually exempt from Britain's conscription because you were doing an essential work, and they had a bigger fuel ration as well. But I'll just tell you this. In 1942, while everyone else was starting to cut rations per person, Britain actually increased it. That is the effectiveness it would have.
And it also was, again, because during World War One, Britain was nearly starved out before the United States, began financing increasingly every year everything. So Britain knew that that was what could knock them out of the war.
True. And they went about it the right way. You have to
Yeah.
get that way. Even Germany had like these agriculture commissions to improve the productivity of their farmlands. But it did not really work as well. Whereas here it worked because you work with the correct people.
I
Now,
mean,
Greg,
for Germany, they literally had to like change Operation Barbarossa so they would manage to take areas where, like, especially in Ukraine, for the agriculture, because they had to feed their own population. They were that
it is supposed to be the
screwed.
breadbasket.
Yeah.
All right, I got to ask you to introduce. Do you have Otto Kretschmer up for an introduction? Because I want to
Yep.
introduce him for a certain someone else as well.
Here we
Would
are.
you like to talk about him?
Yeah, so I actually had not heard about this guy before you brought him up when you told me to look up a little bit about him. So he was one of Nazi Germany's most successful U-boat commanders during World War II, and he had earned the nickname Silent Otto for his effective stealth and devastating patrols. He had joined the Kriegsmarine in 1935, and he qualified as a submariner, quickly gaining experience aboard U-boats. And he would be essential in the expansion of the U-boat force. Kretsch's leadership style was, meticulous. He was very bold, and he had a keen sense for tactics, especially when it came to evading Allied escorts. On one of his first war patrols aboard the U-96, this is in 1940, he demonstrated proficiency in wolf pack tactics and long oceanic patrols, and he rapidly built up a formidable combat record, achieving, several high-profile sinkings and consistently accumulating tonnage. He was very good with reconnaissance, and he was very patient when he was tracking convoys, not loose with the trigger, but overall still aggressive and very disciplined.
Yeah,
Honestly, most of his career comes down to 1940, 1941 when he's doing a lot of his work.
yeah, before he gets captured. But
Mm.
he sunk 273,000 tons worth of shipping.
Wow.
It's the verified record. I don't think anyone stopped that.
That's insane.
Yeah. The reason I brought him up is in late 1940, like many heroes from the Luftwaffe, the army, the Kriegsmarine's own what do you call heroes, which were in this case the U-boat commanders, were sent to meet Hitler, Goring, get an Iron Cross, Knight's Cross, the diamond leaves and oak leaves to their medals, right? Otto Kretschmer was actually sent to meet Hitler. And I also have to point this out. Most of the submarine crews despised Hitler.
Of course.
No, actually, except Gunther Priem, because he was actually a party guy. Most of them, I think, also just came down to their personalities. Because Hitler did not like smoking, so you can't smoke in the presence of the Führer. And you can't eat non-vegetarian. Hitler was a vegetarian. And for can you imagine for a submariner, this is like scandalous.
I mean, Hitler, as I've come to find out recently, Hitler was quote unquote a vegetarian, but before his doctor got involved, he was actually more of a cake-atarian. He just ate cake all the time.
uh, you talk about that famous doctor who gave him bull semen, rat poison, and meth
Yeah.
and
But
coke.
he did help Hitler, and I'm not trying to insult Hitler when I say this. This is a verified fact. Hitler had an extreme gas issue, and it caused
I
him
know.
a lot of pain. And he
Yeah,
needed
I know, but I
probiotics
guess I know
recently.
the drugs and all came much later
Yeah.
because I remember seeing it in an episode. But yeah, so like as part of all these ceremonies, when these guys go to the Reich's leadership, they meet Hitler. Then Hitler really likes to showcase that he cares about his men and wants to listen to them. Now, I don't know how effective it was, in all honesty, because most of the guys just really despise the leadership. So Otto Kretschmer was there, and he wanted, uh, his feedback. And Kretschmer, he's not really politically inclined or politically diplomat like savvy. He just tells the Führer that we need air coverage, which is like all these big Focke-Wulf Condor aircraft to help spot convoys and provide aerial support. And also, we need more material to be sent to the Kriegsmarine so that we can build more, U-boats. Because he was pretty direct. Hitler, who he really loved saying that I can handle the hard truth, as long as people are honest to me, was pretty impressed that he actually transferred out an entire flight group, like a group, out of Goring's control and to the Kriegsmarine.
I bet Goring loved that.
Oh, you bet. And he actually wanted to get Kretschmer punished and everything, but both Rader and Donitz back their submarine commander. because to Goring, anything aviation related had to be his. Now he he can't now take back this air group. He would never replace the losses, and he actually, despite the orders for increased submarine production, actually cut the steel allocation to the Kriegsmarine because he was the minister, practically the economic minister of Germany.
The unofficial one, yeah, pretty much.
So, I guess, uh, I don't think this is. I think this is pretty much a level of hatred between the Nazis, Germany's armed forces. I guess not at all as bad as the IJA and IJN.
I mean, at least they're not assassinating their officials. They don't go that far.
Though I do know that most of the Wehrmacht's elite officers, they tended to view the SS, Waffen SS, with utter disdain.
As they should. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually funny because I used to always think that the Waffen SS were like the elite troops when I was much younger. When they just use that because you'll have like the SS divisions versus the just a normal division. Then I just found out it's just since they're just Nazi loyalists, they just got the first dibs on the good machines.
They're just a bunch of guys who did a lot of boxing. Like, that's kind
That's
of it.
yeah. Now, I think where the war really changed was one battle. Let me just try to find it. Right. So there are actually two incidents I'm going to be talking about simultaneously. One sec. And I'm just going to take over sharing. So that's actually one reason I got up Otto Kretschmer, because he got to piss off Goring. And you and I always enjoy such people.
By the way, there's a movie coming out soon with Russell Crowe playing Goring.
Oh, boring. uh, no, one sec. No, that's. So I'm gonna, because I'll have to switch it. Actually, I could also use this to introduce some other things as well. Now, by 1941, the happy time is coming to an end because the shipyards of Britain and Canada are now pumping up something very important, which you can see here: the corvettes, like the Flower class corvettes. These were horrible sea-keeping vessels, but very durable and pretty good at protecting convoys and offering that coverage. So these would be like the main units that would be fighting the what do you call the U-boats. And as time will go, right now they just have like basic sonar and depth charges, which is their primary weapons to find a submarine and combat it. Later they're gonna get Huff and the Hedgehog. I absolutely love the Hedgehog, but that's a innovation we'll get into episode 2 just to be a bit more time appropriate. And these corvettes are gonna play quite a big role because sometimes if you're even crazy enough, you could ram it. It's not like they may not always survive it because a destroyer could, but not these guys. But pretty bad for the winter months. I was reading an extract. One corvette in the winter months of the Atlantic, it was being buffeted badly, and one of the crew members was sick. And I think the infection got so bad that the ship's doctor had to, um, decided he has to operate, and there's not enough time to get him back to base. And they clear out a room. He starts it, and the ship is being rocked, and he's being held down. But that doctor actually did not calculate the amount of anesthesia correct. And midway through the operation, the guy woke up.
Oh God.
And then obviously the poor chap was screaming. And it is, I think, at that time, a heavy winter gale hit, or like the waves were much rougher. Wasn't like really a gale per se, but the rough winds, and a large wave just went and buffeted that corvette. And because these guys had to stop the surgery because now they have to sanitize everything quickly, and a scalpel actually just went into the guy's opened area. And
Yeah.
but these ships were not good seakeepers, but they would later become the workhorse. The reason I want to bring this up is there's late March 19 uh early March 1941 is a massive loss to the U-boats. There was convoy OB-293. It's an outbound convoy. So these are convoys that are heading from Liverpool to North America. At this point, I guess it would be Halifax. And it was a convoy that was escorted by 2 destroyers, Wolverine and Verity, and 2 corvettes, Arbutus and Camilla. And they were going to be staying until they left the western approaches. And on the 6th of March, this convoy was spotted by U-47, commanded by Gunther Prinz. And then he sets into motion like of shadowing and giving updates of the position, typical Wolfpack tactics. And he is joined by 3 other U-boats, including U-99 commanded by Otto Kretschmer, U-70, and another submarine as well. They launched their attack at night on the night of 6th, 7th March. And then, in the early hours, U-99 actually slips into the convoy from ahead to attack at the surface. And Kretschmer manages to get a tanker as well. He successfully torpedoes her, which was already done. And then another merchant ship is damaged, which is like more of a whaling tanker. And then later, U-99 was literally rammed. It was sunk, sorry, my bad. It was sunk by the Adelbach, which is one of the merchant ships, and Kretschmer was actually captured. Whereas U-47, during the convoy attacks, was engaged by several of the destroyers, which was, Wolverine, Verity, and it was also said the Camellia also all launched torpedoes. And we don't actually know if that was the cause for U-99's death, because everyone is assuming that the depth charges are what put paid to U-47. No one really knows that. But she never surfaced again. Could also be possible, like, maintenance issues. Though the Wolverine is officially credited as the one that destroyed U-47. There is now, since the 1990s, actually, the speculation is it's actually more of a diving accident gone wrong that actually destroyed the submarine. But, losing U-47's commander, U-99's commander was a massive blow to the Kriegsmarine. In one battle, you've lost 2 aces. The Kriegsmarine, they never had a big pool of soldiers, or sailors, you could say. So the rate of replacement is very low. Donitz really never really was able to rotate them out as much for training. And this actually also, a few days later, that is on 15th and 17th March, convoy HX-112, which was sailing from Halifax to Liverpool, they attacked with 5 U-boats, and that included Jody Shepka and Fritz Julius Lemp in U-1110. Shepka was also a very good ace of the U-boat arm. And in that battle, Commander McIntyre, who I alluded to at the start, was the best escort commander. I think I read that of the merchant ships he escorted, only 2 were ever lost under his command, and he escorted over 1,200 merchant ships. But Shepka was also, he was also captured at this battle when McIntyre's destroyer rammed into him, and then he surrendered. Shepka had sunk about 153,000 tons worth of shipping. So in pretty much a fortnight, you could say 3 massive aces were lost to the Kriegsmarine, and this was a blow from which they did not really recover. Yes, they were going to get more sinkings in 1943, but the pool of men that are capable is diminishing. And I'll just call this out here. The reason you had that second happy time was because the Admiral King was just not willing to listen to the British. But one sec. Now, the next incident is, however, the most important that I want to talk about, and that is this. This is submarine U-1110, and you could see here on the right is a Royal Navy destroyer, HMS Bulldog. The U-1110 is actually commanded by our good old friend Fritz Julius Lemp, and he was part of the HX 112 battle as well. But why this is important is during this the U-1110's ordeal, this was its second patrol. Just one moment. It was engaged by the destroyers. And during that battle, this was a Type 9 sub U-boat, I might add, it was damaged, and the destroyer HMS Bulldogs and Broadway would continue to follow it, right? And this was shortly after that previous battle, and this was in May 1941. Now, Broadway tried to ram it but missed. HMS Broadway. Then, realizing the ship was probably not going to last, Fritz Julius Lemp, and thinking it was going to sink, he gives the order to abandon ship. And it's actually a kind of sad thing, because as the crew escaped from the conning tower of the submarine, they were actually gunned down by gunners from the 2 British destroyers. And, many drowned as well. And this is actually because the British had believed that the Germans had planned to use a deck gun. So that's why they opened fire, because they actually thought that these guys are still in active combat. When they realized that they were not going in, they actually stopped. Now, as these guys are swimming towards the British destroyers to be picked up, Lemp realized that U-1110 is not sinking. It's pretty critical that anytime you scuttle your ship, you ensure all your secret material is destroyed, or the enemy cannot get their hands to it. And he swam back to try to go and initiate that destruction of the submarine from within. He never made it. We don't know how. Maybe one German sailor testified that the British sailors shot him in from the water, because this is definitely an individual that was moving against the flow of everyone else, right? Everyone is swimming towards the British destroyers, he's moving away. So it's a bit sus. Or another thing is that he could have just been completely exhausted by now and his body just gave up. The Atlantic is pretty chilling even in May. And regardless, he doesn't make it. And 15 men of U-110 were killed and 32 were captured. Then HMS Bulldog leads a boarding party onto the submarine, because it's a great chance for them to pick up some intel, and they get a gold mine. of what they were able to find. They found an intact set of rotors and a machine of the Enigma. This is something like the guys at Bletchley Park would have loved so much. And this was actually retrieved by William Stewart Pollock, who was a radio operator in the Royal Navy on loan to Bulldog. And so he retrieved this intact Enigma machine and the code books because he thought they looked a bit out of place to be on a normal radio room. And they were initially actually towing back U-1110 to Britain, as a prize. But then en route, they sunk it. So that the German High Command, which believed U-110 to be sunk, believed it was sunk. So they never realized that an intact Enigma machine was captured. And this would really be a huge, you can't even imagine what kind of boost it would have been to, Turing and all those at Bletchley Park. So this is where I think Fritz Julius Lemp's story ends, but part of two pretty major incidents of the Battle of the Atlantic. And around this time, while Britain is also, they are also learning, the US has stepped up its involvement. After Roosevelt won his election in 1940, pretty convincingly as well, uh, the US actually extended the Pan American zone. They kind of like removed bits and pieces of the Neutrality Act to kind of give Britain what do you call like the Lend-Lease, right, as Roosevelt created, which actually Britain, I might add, despised because it was actually a pretty shitty deal for Britain. So because they got like the mothball destroyers for 99-year-old leases on various bases, but the British were like was so bad, like the destroyers, that they actually had to spend a lot of time just overhauling those destroyers before they would be in service, because they were like part of that rapid buildup of the American Navy in World War One. But it would definitely help because they're not going to be the frontline destroyers of the British and United States navies that are going to be in the prime zones of combat, because that's where you want to put your best horses. And one thing you gotta admit, the way Roosevelt sold the idea of this Lend-Lease to the public, considering a Neutrality Act was in place, and opinion was still like while very sympathetic and supportive for Britain, it is still anti-war. Just the way he sells it as a case of lending a fire hose to a neighbor whose house is burning down, and you just want your hose back. You don't want anything else from your neighbor. It's actually a pretty simple rhetoric in a way that most people can relate to, that actually helps, and it's pretty charming in its own way. I just want to know what you think about that, Greg.
I think FDR was very gifted, and his cabinet was gifted at approaching the
Harry
American
Hopkins.
people. Yeah. I mean, they had to approach what I will call a hostile public, because the public adamantly did not want to be in this war. And Roosevelt could not unsee the irony of facing the exact same situation that Wilson was facing. And I think that Roosevelt didn't want to be Wilson in a lot of ways. So,
Yeah.
he was doing what he could to ease the Americans' feet into
And
the water.
also just start having that base set up for the production. We
Yeah.
talk about the United States industrial strength, but the wheels had already been turning for almost like 1.5 years before their official entry into the war.
Yeah.
So there was already a sort of state of readiness, which was not there in World War One.
Yeah.
If they just completely started like the momentum was only going to start like say after Pearl Harbor, who knows how long would it have taken for the US to start harnessing its power, because it's not just like you snap your fingers and you're suddenly at a war economy.
Yeah, but we are, as many are aware, Roosevelt was basically doing the same playbook that Woodrow did in World War One, where he was placing these. He was basically making it certain that something would happen in the Atlantic that would drag
Uh,
America into World War
no, it's
Two.
not. I'm not only talking about just that because I know you're talking about like extending the Pan American security zone, which is where
Yeah, yeah,
U.S. destroyers would be going to. Because I'm actually getting to the Reuben James right now,
of course, yeah.
but I'm speaking from the industry point of view, like allowing some modifications to the Neutrality Act to benefit Britain. You are allowing Britain to come and kind of like expand its military contracts. You have this office of war production management set up with great industrial leaders like Bill Knudsen, Donnie Nelson, and all, like overseeing it and starting to get production ramped up. So I'm speaking from that perspective. If they started pretty late, like if they just started from 7th December 1941, um, who knows? But I think when the US expanded the the safety zone, it was, as you said, inevitable before there would be German ships fighting against the United States, even though both countries are not in a state of war. And Hitler has, at this moment in time, actually given explicit orders not to engage any American forces. That's like proper Führer directives, everything. So it was in 1941 that the Reuben James, it's a destroyer, was assigned to the Neutrality Patrol, which is to guard the Atlantic and Caribbean approaches for American to the American coast. And in March 1941, she, is escorting convoys sailing to Great Britain, and they are to escort as far as to Iceland, which is a pretty sizable distance on the map, right? Like you're literally covering like what 60% of the distance, 70% of the distance, and at around that Iceland, it is then the responsibility of Western Approaches Command. So at this point, the Reuben James is commanded by uh, Lieutenant Commander Haywood Lane Edwards, and on 23rd October, she's sails from Newfoundland to escort an eastbound convoy. And on 31st October 1941, she was torpedoed near Iceland, uh, commanded by U-552, commanded by Eric Top, who is actually also uh, a big U-boat ace, whose career would end up seeing him sink just under 200,000. And the Reuben James would become the first American warship sunk in World War II. Top was, you know, quite upset because he knew what it could mean. But luckily for him, I guess, war was not attributed to him, you know, for the United States entering the war. But unlike Fritz Julius Lemp, he actually reported it to Donitz and everything honestly from the get go. And Donitz is like, yeah, it's probably anyways a matter of time because they were quite aware that American ships were now, part of the convoys, and the German, wolf packs had to be very careful on how they engage with the convoys now. And the Reuben James was hit by the torpedo, and of the crew, 7 officers, over 100 people were killed, and only 44 men survived from a crew of 144. It's pretty big losses, and that did cause a lot of public outrage. And Roosevelt actually did not really make much of a show of it. So I think this covers most of the Atlantic convoys now. We'll just take a small detour to another theater of operations where the Italians apparently had a navy. So I'll just talk a bit briefly about the Mediterranean theater. So the Mediterranean was supposed to be Italy's domain, right? Because Mussolini wanted his great Roman Empire And it was during the time that, after the Battle of France, Britain's position in the Mediterranean was pretty difficult, to say the least, from a naval standpoint. France was one of the largest navies in the world. And Craig, I know we made a lot of jokes about the Italian armed forces and weapons, but the navies at least had pretty competent ships, just not
No, no,
competent
the
officers.
Italian Navy of World War II at the very beginning was formidable. Definitely
Just
could have
probably
done
not from the
stuff.
crew's perspective, because the commander in chief of, the Mediterranean fleet, Admiral Brown Cunningham, oh, that guy was aggressive and calculating. You want such a guy leading your fleet. The Italian, questionable, but and especially after the debacle at Kabir, there's absolutely no chance the French Navy is ever working with the British. Understandably so, because in all fairness, they said they are not going to fight for anybody, which is kind of at least fair. They did honor that promise. But this is where also our favorite island in the world gets involved, Malta. So, point after the declaration of Italy into the war, right, which we can definitely say was more down to either not wanting to offend Hitler or just them being very opportunistic. Malta was reinforced, right, which is this force of destroyers and submarines to operate. Because in the more confined waters, it doesn't really have much sense to have the heavy capital ships here. And U-boats had direct access. Right now, they are not operating, and it's only the Italian submarines that are, in this theater. And Italy had a pretty large submarine arm at the start of the war. I think almost more than double of Britain. But there's one big issue for the Italians in this ocean that the Germans don't have to worry about in the Atlantic: detection. If the weather is pretty decent, not even perfect, just decent, Italian submarines, even at a depth of 70 meters, can still be spotted by an RAF spotter aircraft. And we know how effective air power is going to be for the Battle of the Atlantic. And the same principle applies here. And some German developments were actually shared, right, in terms of intel of doctrines and everything. And the Italians decided to ignore the German advice, cost them 13 submarines.
Mamma mia.
And this was the time in early 1941. Yeah. Early 1941, the Brits actually have to deal with U-boats now operating in these waters because Hitler forced Donetsk. This was like in October 1941, right? So this is just around the time of the Reuben James. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it's around this time Rommel also is going to be joining the North African theater. So, uh, you know, there were a series of battles around Gibraltar, Sierra Leone, and everything. And this is where, Captain Frederick Johnny Walker is also coming through. And in the Mediterranean is actually where we will talk, which I'll talk about in the next episode though. HMS Audacity is operating. It's pretty important since it was the first escort carrier ever built. So converted merchant ship, 12 aircraft or something. I think about 12 aircraft, a squadron's worth. And the aircraft are the biggest submarine killers, not the destroyers. And I think the HMS Audacity would actually shoot and destroy 2 to 3 U-boats before it was sunk. But it's a pretty good return because it's just literally a converted merchant vessel. You don't have to worry about having the state of the art aircraft like like the best in class of the Hurricanes or the Spitfires, because you're not going to face any heavy aerial opposition. The Malta Spitfires are going to be handling that, poor chaps. And Malta actually had a very good commander of submarines there. The force in Malta, actually, why do I have so many notes now? Is actually now a big problem for me. Just give me a second, Craig. Because one group from Malta, that submarine commander himself was pretty effective in destroying Italian support ships, which, if you remember, were by late 1942 ensured that the Axis forces in North Africa were getting for 40% less supplies than they expected. The Malta submarines, I think one commander was probably the best, who ended up, shooting down over 18,000 tons of shipping in one day. And for that action, he actually got the Victoria Cross. Now, where I'm going to end this episode is it's going to be slightly after 7th of December 1941, because the United States has entered the war officially, but not against Germany. Even though the first blood has gone to Germany versus the Americans, they have declared war on the Empire of Japan. And a few days afterwards, Hitler just declares war on the United States. And the only rationale for the Führer is he has to show initiative and he has to be the instigator. He does not have to react. And this has now opened the United States to start using its lend-lease to support Britain and the USSR, because next episode we're going to be talking about the Arctic convoys also joining the battle. Going to be talking about the protection of Operation Torch's convoys, and protection for Operation Husky. And between March to June 1943 is the period of time where the Battle of the Atlantic turned from a seesaw battle to completely, utterly in the Allies' favor.
Hey guys, this is Craig from the Pacific War Channel. Please don't forget to check out my YouTube membership or my Patreon account over at www.patreon.com/thepacificwarchannel, where you can join the ranks and gain access to a hell of a lot of goodies. At the base minimum, you get access to the exclusive monthly podcast, early access to all of my content, voting rights for what subjects I will tackle next, and at higher tiers, I have much more goodies to come. So please click that link and check it out.
I think the Battle of the Atlantic is a campaign that pretty much spans the entire duration of the Second World War, practically. It started literally the day after war was declared between Britain and Germany, with the sinking of the ship SS Athenia, right? A civilian liner, which was sunk by accident, and the German propaganda decided to blame it on Churchill. Yep,
Yeah.
you heard that right. Anyways,
it was a good idea to blame him. Yeah.
Yeah, but many people do not really buy it. Now, where we are at the war is the Kriegsmarine is the smallest arm of the German armed forces, and the U-boats get even less support. Admiral Karl Dönitz, who right now is just the commander of the U-boat force, did a force of 300 U-boats to keep 100 operational U-boats at any one time to attack Britain's lifelines, which are the convoys and merchant ships bringing in supplies. He correctly identified that Britain, as an island nation, is very vulnerable to this. But for the land-focused Germany and for a big ass ego like Hitler, what's the fun of christening a U-boat when you could be christening a battleship?
Or
so at the
a
start of the war,
famous aircraft carrier that they never got to use.
True. Or the Great Plan Z.
Yep.
I gotta just ask, would that aircraft carrier be under the Kriegsmarine's control or Goring? Because let's not
That's
forget
an
Goring.
excellent question. Because there's aircraft on it, so Goring would have argued, yeah, this falls under the Luftwaffe. I'll get my own sailors.
All
Yeah,
right.
that probably would have been the case.
So as we continue with the Battle of the Atlantic, there was kind of a lull in the build-up to the Battle of France when the U-boats were against their will supporting the Norwegian campaign. And then with the fall of France, Admiral Donitz is quick to seize on the French ports and sets up their base of operations. Now, this is a massive boon for the U boats. They don't have to come from Williamshaven, sail all around Scotland and the British Isles to reach the hunting grounds. They're literally right, at the coast of Brittany, Brest, and Nazaire. Right, if you just scroll a little bit down, this is where the major U boat pens are, and they just can go into the Atlantic. Britain is a bit slow to organize into convoys at this point, though Admiral Percy Noble starts getting it into command, while the bulk of the Royal Navy is right now concentrated towards the south of England in the fear of the invasion. And this is when the first happy time starts, where the U boats are sinking a lot of ships and taking very minimal losses, and many U-boat commanders become great aces. So between June and I think this is a great comparison. In the first few months of between January to May 1940, the U-boats sunk about 430,000 tons of shipping in those 5 months. Between uh, June to the end of the year, they sunk over 1.7 million tons of shipping. So it's quite a big increase. And yeah, they're hunting. The U-boat aces are becoming the poster boys, right? You have Günther Preens, Otto Krebsner, Jody Shepka. They've all been made as heroes of the Third Reich. However, US under FDR is slowly being nudged into war. While they're not officially there, they've repelled parts of the Neutrality Act, which allows Britain to buy arms on a cash and carry basis. The Canadian Navy is building up strength. Britain also is building up its industrial strength, which Germany just cannot hope to match. And the first major blow comes in March 1941 when the U boats forces lose three major races within a 10-day period, which is a big blow because you lost three veteran commanders who could be used to train future U boat captains and crews and on a really small base. So, this is going to show the deteriorating quality of crews over time, which, Craig, in previous episodes, we've attributed to the Japanese and German air services of World War II.
Yeah, great comparison.
The convoy implemented, U-boats start only sinking idle like single ships, those that are too slow to sail with a convoy or too fast. They've also implemented the Wolfpack tactics, though there are also some clashes with the American forces as Roosevelt has extended the Pan-American safety zone, I think right up to Ireland. So US ships can escort US merchant ships right up to that point. And a couple of months before the US entered World War II, the Reuben James was actually sunk by a German U boat. So that was the first official sinking of a US warship in World War II. And after US declares war on Japan, Hitler decides a few days later to declare war on Germany. War on the United States, because he's the instigator. He does not have to react. He has to act. And this has just now given the US free rein to commence its assault on the German forces.
I guess I would just say one thing because a lot of
We have
people,
this
they
period
make it
actually
almost a
called the
meme about
second happy.
how idiotic Hitler would have been, how idiotic he was to immediately declare war on the United States. But if you actually look at the logistics of the situation, it was inevitable that the United States was going to enter the European war anyways. And probably from a naval perspective, just limiting it to that, the Kriegsmarine probably said that they might as well hit the Americans as early on as possible with the U-boats because the Americans were already involved so heavily and they were aiding these convoys, and just going around these like kind of little rules that they put out there, they saw how this worked out in World War One. It's really clear and cut. You look at both world wars, very similar how it, the situation. So I guess they figured, might as well just declare war.
It's a fair decision because inevitably there would start to be clashes, and since the United States is already under arms technically, they are mobilizing their military strength to go out against Japan, which is going to involve a massive naval buildup. That same strength can also be utilized against the Germans.
And I guess one other thing you can think about is I've actually never even thought of anyone bringing this
Duration of
up. From the Germans' perspective, when America declared war, when America declared, sorry, carry on.
yeah, just continue, Greg.
Oh, I was just going to say that from the German perspective, when the United States declared war on Japan, from their perspective, if they declare war on the United States, now the United States is facing a two-front war. I mean, it's completely unreasonable to think the United States is threatened at all. It's not like the Germans are going to do much other than going down the St. Lawrence River a few times. But yeah, it kind of stretches them, I guess.
It is at this time, starting in December 1943, 1941, that Admiral Donitz sends his 5 Type 9 U-boats to the American East Coast. These are larger U-boats. There are because most of the U-boats that we've talked about is
Sorry,
more
everyone, having
long
some
range
technical difficulties. I think
and
his.
had the capacity to the.
Oh, okay. I think Gaurav just got his internet cut out. So just bear with us for a second. We'll have him in a little bit.
Yeah, where was I?
We just mentioned Hitler declaring war on the United States, and
All
then
right.
I explained a few things.
Yeah. So when Donitz got the formal word that Germany is now in a state of war with the United States, he sends over 5 Type 9 U boats. These are the long range U boats, which are the only few vessels that he has at his disposal that can make the journey across the entire Atlantic and would cause havoc on the eastern seaboard. The US, especially led by Admiral Ernest King at this time, they did not believe in blackouts. They did not believe in organizing much into the convoys, and there was very limited protection. This allowed these Type 5 U boats to really wreak havoc on the United States shipping just off the East Coast. So, especially without a blackout, it is so easy for you to just get to New York or Miami, where all these ports are. The city lights are going to silhouette, and as a commander you are going to have the time of your life because you can see the enemy but they can't see you. U-boats, and this is probably busting the popular myth, are not true submarines. They are just submersible. A majority of the U-boat sailing happens at sea level. They can only stay submerged for a really small amount of time, and it really compromises the speed. I think they could have an endurance of maybe just a few hours underwater before they have to surface up to recharge their batteries. So that is one thing about the U-boats. They were not a true submarine like what you would see with other navies that the US and Britain would have. But another reason why King did not protect the merchantmen is his insistence that the US destroyers, which he first now blames on Lend Lease, are not available because they've given 50 mothball destroyers to the British. I think he conveniently forgot to mention that right now most of the Lend Lease destroyers are still not even being utilized because they're being retrofitted by the British. And second, his insistence that the destroyers should be protecting troop transports, not supplies. That was Ernest King, and he was a pretty aggressive character. Craig, maybe you want to add and speak a little bit about Admiral King.
Yeah, I'm actually going to put up a portrait of the admiral that people either loved or hated. I mean, I think a lot of people who are passionate about the Pacific War, for some reason, have a very antagonistic relationship against Ernest King, and it's unwarranted. But yeah, he's probably the most important figure for the Navy of the United States at this point. He's the commander in chief of the United States fleet, later designated the chief of naval operations. His career was centered, around integrating American power into the broader Allied anti-submarine and convoy defenses effort, as far as the Atlantic campaign was concerned. Prior to the United States entry into World War II, King had actually pressed for more aggressive U.S. contribution to convoy escort and ASW coordination, advocating for increased escort forces and air coverage across the Atlantic. Once the U.S. did formally join the conflict, he coordinated closely with the British Canadian allies to try and synchronize escort groups, convoy routes, and air patrols, recognizing that success really did depend on unified action across the services and allies.
It was actually pretty difficult at the start of the war. There's this
Yeah, I know.
great, and it's actually we should mention this. Britain and Canada you could consider as one entity
Yeah,
because of political allegiance, and the US were a coalition partner. They were never formal allies in any sense.
that's true. Yeah, that's very true.
It's actually a misconception to call them allies in a way, to call it a coalition victory.
Yeah,
But
it's
one
true.
of one of the best escort commanders, and we will get to him later, uh, Donald McIntyre, when he was in Halifax, Nova Scotia, right, which is the main Canadian base from where the convoys would originate. He said initially the US forces there were pretty distrustful because I think even at one point he was also sent down to the United States to help give some experience because he's now an experienced convoy
Yeah,
commander. They did not like him, but he did really bridge that gap. That it was actually said, I think, into his 2.5 or 3 months into his deployment there on the base, that the US base commanders were like literally sharing like major secrets with him, like, coded transmissions, which were not technically supposed to be shared with the British, but about submarine work. So that just shows. And Commander McIntyre has an exceptional record in terms of convoy escorting. He escorted over 1,100 merchantmen in his career, and he only lost two in combat. So that is a pretty amazing record for one of the best commanders. And one moment, I have a little bit more I also have about McIntyre. He also was pretty effective in sinking the U-boats. 7 U-boats were sunk under his command. So, of the total U-boats that were destroyed in the war, right? This includes losses to air, losses to sea. And keep in mind, later a lot of the U-boat losses are going to be coming from Allied aircraft. He
yeah.
sunk almost 1% of all the U-boats that were lost in the.
And he was particularly good at getting them in the mid-Atlantic gap, where air coverage, was pretty sparse. I mean, in the early part, obviously, in the later part of the Atlantic, aircraft significantly were innovated to do a lot more, and they would be doing a hell of a lot of the heavy lifting by the end of it. But at the beginning, it really came down to the surface vessels and stuff.
We did talk about his convoy group. We In the previous episode we talked about the Battle of Convoy HX-112, where Otto Krebsner and Jody Shepka, two legendary U-boat aces, were lost in that battle. He was the first commander of that escort group.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty big, great strike. Like a record for him. Now, the second happy time only lasted till about May 1942, when the US had started deploying trawlers and other corvettes and smaller escort ships to hunt down the U boats, so it's no longer safe. And by 1942 of July 1942, units has ordered all Type 9s to withdraw from the United States. It just became more of a propaganda victory, it never really impacted the material losses, but that was the scope of the second happy time, because now the United States has probably realized that, yeah, it's better to also take some of the lessons that Great Britain's Western Approaches Command has put out for us, and really, combine our learnings. Now, this episode, we are not going to be talking solely about the Atlantic. We'll also be splitting into two sub theaters, if I may. And one of them is the Arctic convoys. One moment, I'm just gonna bring up an image.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you have a map of the Arctic convoys.
Yep, I do. I just have to first go through my.
Oh, yeah, I know.
One moment. That was just one. This is so tedious to just go through so many images. One sec.
The greatest part, and this isn't me promoting, I don't get paid by Riverside, but Riverside will help us fill these gaps where we're looking for things by cutting them out, so the audience won't have to hear us going, it's not that one.
All right.
All right, here we go.
I think this is just a map because I think I'll use this since I might as well just bring up that topic. Now, why did the Arctic convoy start? One of the early declarations Winston Churchill made when Britain stood alone after the fall of France, he said, any country that is going to be fighting against Nazi Germany is going to be our friend. We're going to back them up in full, regardless of the past. And in June 1941, that was the Soviet Union when Operation Barbarossa commenced, and the Soviet Union was fighting a brutal war with Nazi Germany. Stalin and Molotov, who would be flying out quite often to talk to the British and Americans, wanted supplies. Now, unfortunately, most of the Soviet ports were in really piss poor condition, to say the least. Now, what they decided to do was they had to send convoys because they needed to replace the colossal military losses. Right. If we look at the first 6 months of Operation Barbarossa till they were halted outside Moscow, it's catastrophic losses. Right. I mean, what are we talking about? Like 2 million casualties alone for the Soviets, not even just
It's
counting the
more.
material
So a
losses.
little
Oh,
bit more. Yeah, it's very intense.
and not only are they losing men, granted, lot of them were captured, they lost a lot of tanks, aircraft, and all. If I'm not mistaken, the Soviet Air Force was literally practically destroyed on the first few days.
Yeah, it's mortally wounded.
Yeah. Now the Soviets needed to concentrate their resources on for the Soviet war economy, but they don't have that many facilities. And this time, Stalin had also started moving away production to the Ural Mountains to ensure they were out of reach of German aviation. And they needed aluminium, they needed tungsten, they needed lead. And when Molotov actually gave these requests, including these particular metals, these non ferrous metals, I can't tell you how happy Churchill was to hear that. Because it means that the Soviets are wanting supplies to have a long war. Right? They're not ready
Yep.
to throw in the towel yet, especially considering how Britain's first big ally of the war, France, capitulated. You can understand their joy. What it was later realized that given the material losses after discussions in late 1941, that the Soviets could only provide 150,000 tons of shipping cargo against a requirement of 1.5 million tons. The Americans and British accepted that the onus was on them to find most of the shipping, despite commitments to other theaters, right? Britain and America fighting in the Pacific, Britain also maintaining its presence in the of its home fleet and home defenses, Battle of the Atlantic and the Mediterranean. And the primary force that was responsible for this was actually the home fleet of Britain, who would be providing the escort and merchant ships for the Arctic convoys. And Churchill did give a commitment to the Soviet Unions to send a convoy to the Arctic ports of the Soviets every 10 days. And these are the numbers quoted. He pledged to deliver 1,200 tanks a month from July 1942 to January 1943, and followed by another 2,000 tanks and 3,600 more aircraft. And Roosevelt also gives the orders in November 1942 that unless you have like extremely catastrophic difficulties, all convoys have to go through no matter what. And these Arctic convoys would see a series of about 84 convoys that would be sent, which would be 15 to 40 cargo ships. And they would send a lot of supplies to the Soviet Unions because, as you know, right, towards the end of the war, almost like what, quarter of the Soviet forces were American equipment.
Yeah.
So it was about 1,400 merchant ships that successfully docked. And they would lose 85 merchant ships and 16 British warships were going to be defeated. And the Germans would also be losing here. They would lose a battleship, 3 destroyers, and 30 U boats, and many aircraft. That's the, not suppose, because they could not send supplies throughout the year like the Atlantic. Battle of the Atlantic did not have a pause. Sure, in the winter months, it was much rougher weather that they'd have to sail through, but they would be able to go through. But once the ports iced up, yeah, you don't have a chance. But June 1942, the biggest June to July, sorry, the biggest embarrassment of the convoy work took place. That is convoy PQ-17. It was laden with a lot of material for the Soviet Union. once I get to the losses, you will really understand the scope. It departed from Iceland on June 27th, 1942, uh, bound for the port of Archangel, and it was a massive convoy. So as you can see on the map, they're going to be coming up from the north and then going down, and somewhere at the bottom of the map is the port of Archangel, which is where the Soviets would be replacing the supplies, right? If we follow the red line. And it was 35 merchant ships with several auxiliaries and a escort force. It was having 200,000 tons of Lend-Lease supplies on them. Just let that number sink in. 200,000 tons.
That's a big one. Yeah.
And the convoy was pretty well protected at the start. They had a close escort of destroyers and corvettes and a distant covering force that included several battleships and cruisers. Right. So the main escort force is still the typical corvettes and destroyers, which is normal, but you had everything nearby. And that is when the big one sec. I need to bring this up because this is the only great thing this ship ever did. I think you know who I'm talking about.
By the way, the Russian pronunciation is Archangelisk, I think, for Archangel, whatever we're calling it.
I'm so sorry if I mispronounced it, but
I'm probably mispronouncing it, and this is fully acknowledged that being the guy narrating the Kings and Generals Eastern Front week by week podcast, I getting a lot of shit every week for mispronunciations of some Slavic towns, so I do apologize. I'm trying my best.
This vessel was the reason that the panic would start. This is the German battleship Tirpitz. It was the sister of the Bismarck, and its only great accomplishment was scaring the bejesus out of the Royal Navy without ever firing anything.
Ever doing a fucking thing. Yeah.
So, one moment, I'll just get back to you out of the screen, but
you know, I play World of Warships, and the Tirpitz is one of the most beloved warships. It's insane. It has a cult following, that ship. Yeah.
For doing absolutely nothing.
It hid well, camouflaged.
True enough, the amount of resources the Royal Navy and Royal Air Force expended
it did a job. Yeah. It did its job. That's for sure.
That's actually the perfect fleet and being strategy.
Yep, it's exactly that.
Yeah. So on 4th July, due to the threat of the German Tirpitz moving, because they ultra decrypts did give the First Lord of the Sea, Admiral Dudley Pound, the information that the Tirpitz was raising a weighing sail, getting ready to set sail to, move, and they panicked and assumed that it's gonna go after convoy PQ-17, and the irony was the Tirpitz was indeed getting ready to set sail, but it wasn't even looking at the convoy. It literally was just gonna go to another Norwegian fjord like it would do for the rest of its life. And yeah, on the night of the 4th of July, Admiral Sir Dudley Pound, the First Lord of the Sea, made the unilateral decision of the cruiser force to withdraw westward at high speed. This was sent on the 4th of July at 9 p.m. in the night, 9:11. At 8 minutes later, another signal. Convoy is to disperse and proceed to Russian ports. Like saying, yeah, your heavy support, the distant covering force, which had battleships and cruisers, ships that could actually damage the Tirpitz, withdraw right away, even though we're going to outnumber them. Though, in fairness, they did not have air cover, and close to the fjords, the Luftwaffe was going to be there. And
definitely
at 9:30, and true, especially I'm pretty sure the British have learned from the disaster that affected 4C by now.
Yep. Although I don't think were the Germans successful at air to sea combat at that degree. To that degree, I wouldn't imagine. No.
This was practically the only success, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Okay.
This battle, because the Tirpitz or German ships never, surface ships do not get involved. It's predominantly the Luftwaffe and the U-boats that get involved. But just back to what I said. 13 minutes after he said the convoy is to disperse and proceed, he said the convoy is to scatter. Right, at 9:36 p.m. And it's at this moment, at 9:36 p.m., the commanders of the escort force from the military ships, obeying their orders, since, it's come from the First Lord of the Sea, they, abandon the merchant ships and sail west. that was the disaster that would now take place. So, in terms of material, and I think I should just mention this was the covering force. Okay, if they had to take on the turrets, hypothetically, two battleships, six destroyers, 6 cruisers, 13 destroyers, and an aircraft carrier. That force was not even close to combat, but it technically could have easily made mincemeat of the turrets.
Yeah.
The Germans would end up attacking with 11 U-boats and about 40 aircraft that would fly over 200 sorties, but the damage was done. Convoy escorts, they withdraw as per orders, and the Germans just attack with the U-boats, and without escorts, going individually, merchant ship is gonna get destroyed by the U-boats. And as you can see in this particular image, the Luftwaffe also played a lot of havoc. And they were just over 200 sorties and attacks over the next few days. The slow moving merchant ships were sitting ducks for an entire week as HE 111 torpedo bombers and U-boats. Of the 35 merchant ships, 24 were sunk.
Wow. Oof. That's bad. Jeez.
Oh, this is when I get to the material losses, that is even worse. 130 tanks, 210 aircraft, and 3,000 vehicles, and a few thousand tons of fuel were lost. Over 100,000 tons of war material was at the bottom of the Arctic Ocean. And Craig, I want you to take a wild guess. What were the German losses?
I would imagine a few aircraft from anti-aircraft fire, but not much. Under 10. As for the U-boats, I mean, there's zero losses. They're not
Yeah,
going to get any good shots on them.
that's actually a perfect answer. The Germans suffered only 5 aircraft down.
Jeez. Yeah. Makes sense.
But this was the battle of like convoy PK-17, and it was quite a blow to Admiral Dudley Pound, and that really caused him to lose a lot of favor with Winston Churchill.
Especially
And
given Ultra at this point, right?
yeah, they did get it, but one of the biggest things of Ultra is they still had not got the latest code books yet. They did get the Enigma
Okay.
rotor, and Ultra takes time to decrypt.
Yeah, of course.
It is
Okay.
not it's not instant information for anybody, and that is a big problem. So if you want to plan and intercept about something like, say, the Germans launching, say, the attack on Stalingrad or Operation Citadel, right? These grand offensives, Ultra's brilliant. You want to deceive them to protect an entire invasion, Operation Bodyguard. But if you want to just say that, hey, this convoy is about to get attacked, can you help me? You'd probably not want to rely on Ultra for that. But yeah, so that was the destruction of convoy PG-17, and it was pretty bad because the Soviets were pretty pissed off, understandably.
It's also still fairly early into the war for
True.
the Soviets, and they really could have used that boost of equipment. Yeah.
True. And since we're just on the topic of the Arctic convoys, maybe I'm just going to talk about one decisive encounter that took place. Though I'm probably jumping ahead in time, but it's the only other notable engagement in this
Mm.
of this entire theater, with except the later 1944 raids by the RAF to try to sink the torpedoes. One moment, I just need to bring up another image, and unfortunately, you just have to wait now a little bit. The battle that I'm going to be talking about involves this ship, the Scharnhorst, another legendary German battleship based in the Norwegian fjords after the Channel Dash in mid 1942, when the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, they just literally ran through the the south coast of England, through the heavily mined and patrolled sector, and made it safely to Germany.
Interestingly enough, it's kind of similar to the same named ships in World War One, where they get past, the channel and they, start raiding and stuff, except of course those ships made it to the Pacific and stuff. But yeah.
Britain's defenses on the south coast were far more formidable in World War II than World War One. But yeah, so this battle happens on towards Christmas 1943, what is known as the Battle of the North Cape. By now, Admiral Eric Raeder is gone. He's no longer in command, and we have Donitz, who's now the commander in chief of the Kriegsmarine.
Oh no,
Hitler,
not Raider.
I know, right? We need our surface warships.
The guy who did as much damage to the Kriegsmarine as possible.
True. And the British wanted to bait the Scharnhorst out, but the Germans were reluctant to commit it. What tipped the balance was the Arctic convoys by late 1943 were actually going through unmolested. And this really pissed off Hitler. And he actually demanded the scrapping of the entire surface fleet to divert some of that steel away to the U-boats or to the armed force, the army and air force. I'm pretty
You
sure
could say that's
Goring
quite a reversal.
true. I'm pretty sure Goring would be happy with that since he hated the Kriegsmarine by now.
Goring would have hired the people to do it. Like,
Probably from
yeah,
his
he would
own
have loved it.
companies as well.
Yeah, he would have embezzled money while he did it too. Yep.
So there was a convoy JW uh, JW55B, which was heading to Russia. And at the same time, there was a RA55A convoy, which was the return leg of 22 cargo vessels. So around the same time, you are having almost 40 merchant ships. So Donitz kind of managed to placate Hitler and said, like, hey, boss, yeah, I'm going to show you that the Scharnhorst at the surface fleet still has value. So on 24th December, the Scharnhorst set sail from with 5 destroyers as an escort to try to take out these two convoys. The primary target is obviously convoy JW55B since it has the materials. Better to at least attack the ones which are carrying the goods rather than the empty ones. Unfortunately, this force is commanded by Rear Admiral Eric Bay, and unfortunately for him, he's operating with inferior radar. Pretty early on, he loses track of all his destroyers. And while he does make some pretty good estimates where the convoy could be, he does not find the convoy. Instead, he finds 3 British cruisers waiting for him, and they are already scouting for him. One is the HMS Norfolk, and the other is a pretty famous ship that we still see today. It is the HMS Belfast. These 3 ships were already in pursuit of him, and he decides to retreat and start moving back to the Atlantic coast because he realizes he's not going to be able to, fight such a force on his own. And as he does, the Norfolk, which is a heavy cruiser, gets a pretty lucky hit. It destroys one of his radars and also one of the boilers. So they are going to be hemorrhaging speed, something eerily similar to the fate of the Bismarck. But luckily, he did manage to get some damage on the Norfolk and Sheffield, 2 of the major light cruisers. Thanks, Greg. Much appreciated. And those. So it's only the HMS Belfast that is now pursuing. So it's a light cruiser against a battleship. Not a really good idea, but its job is just to shadow them. And because they are trying to use the Arctic fog, because keep in mind, you're at these really high latitudes, it's the winter. I think you have sunlight for what, 3-4 hours of the day. So by now it's completely in night. But the crews get they get a bit of comfort. They think that, okay, they are, what do you call, close to it, close to safety. Another couple of hours of sailing, they are going to be, within the air cover. That is their target. Then the Luftwaffe will come and protect them. And on Christmas Day at 1617, it is detected, the Scharnhorst on radar. Not by the Belfast, but by the Duke of York. The British battleship has been waiting to pounce. And it is able to detect the Scharnhorst at a range of 45,000 yards. And the Germans are not even aware yet. At 1648 on that night, the Belfast fires star shells to illuminate the Scharnhorst. And literally a few seconds later, they hear ranging shots of the Duke of York's 14-inch guns, firing near them. And that would have scared the living daylights out of everyone.
Oh, yeah.
And they start engaging because he wants to try to, fight them. And Duke of York is, manages to score a first devastating hit. It destroys the two foremost turrets and the aeroplane hangar, and then it is this is when Bay just like, oh shit, I just got to retreat. That's it. Take a full course south. But the Norfolk and Belfast have started to engage it, while Duke of York is now coming in with another heavy cruiser, the HMS Jamaica, also joining in. And at 1724, Bay just sends a desperate signal. He's like, I'm surrounded by heavy units. And he does get a very minor success as he tries to open the distance after that. Two of the 11-inch shells damage the foremast of the Duke of York, which really just caused some splinters and destroyed one of the radar control systems. And they do not know this. And they kind of think for 1 hour that they escape. But at 18:20, 6:20 in the evening, a shell fired from the Duke of York at a very long range, not as good as Warspite's range, mind you. It managed to hit the Scharnhorst's armor deck and destroy the number one boiler room. That temporarily cut the Scharnhorst speeds from its over 30 knot maximum speed that it was sailing at to 10 knots. For a few minutes, it was going at that speed before the crews managed to work admirably, and the immediate work allowed them to recover to a speed of 22 knots. However, this has allowed the British to close in, and now they're also having destroyers coming in. At 6:50 p.m., the Scharnhorst turns to engage the destroyers, and when it engages two destroyers, focusing its limited usable guns on them, another two British destroyers come in, while the British cruisers also come in for the kill along with the battleship. And it is at 1950, just slightly after 9:45 p.m. on the 26th of December, the ship finally capsizes after suffering multiple shell hits. And this is the Duke of York, the cruisers Jamaica and Belfast, alongside four British destroyers firing their shells and over 20 torpedoes at the Scharnhorst. She capsized and sank on the 26th of December. And of her complement of just under 2,000 men, only 36 were pulled from the frigid waters. The British
Yeah, it's
suffered.
colossal loss.
The British casualties were very light, 21 killed and 11 wounded. A majority were on a British destroyer, the Saumarez, where 11 of the 21 killed were aboard. And the HMS Norfolk, the one of the first heavy cruisers that made contact, which did get a big hit, was damaged but suffered the rest of the casualties. And then the convoy went through unmolested. But yeah, that was pretty much the end of the Arctic convoy threat. Because torpedoes is torpedoes, it's just gonna hide. One of the things I really love of this battle is the aftermath, because Admiral Bruce Fraser, who mind you right now is Commander in Chief of the Home Fleet. He had a small dinner to celebrate with the officers aboard on the Duke of York, and he said this: "Gentlemen, the battle against the Scharnhorst has ended in victory for us. I hope that if any of you are ever called upon to lead a ship into action against an opponent many times superior, you will command your ship as gallantly as the Scharnhorst was commanded today." So it's a matter of, I really like this respect that I think naval folks seem to have quite a bit.
It's kind of, I guess, a bit similar to pilots who go against each other. It's a little different than the land battles.
Yeah, but this was practically the end of any threat that they had for, in the Arctic zone. Because now the British are, with the deteriorating situation of the Luftwaffe, majority of the air forces in the Norwegian area are going to be withdrawn to the Eastern Front and the Italian Front and to the defense of Germany. And the British are just going to be wasting a lot of resources trying to find the turpits in one of the missing fjords. But that was the Arctic convoys. Now, Craig, I would like if we switch theaters and go to a southerly direction to, yep, thank you, the Mediterranean, where our good friend, the island of Malta, is.
Yep.
Just leave this to you.
And for those who haven't been following us for a while now, we actually did an entire episode dedicated to, I guess you call it the Siege of Malta, or the campaign of Malta during World War II, because it is the focal point of the entire campaign in the Mediterranean Sea. Malta is absolutely the most important factor in all that. But just to talk a little bit about, briefly about the history of kind of the siege of Malta, it unfolded as a long-running struggle in the Mediterranean theater, and it was central to Britain's defense of all the vital convoy routes to the Suez Canal and Gibraltar. So, as you can imagine, if you're looking at the map that we have shown, one side you have Gibraltar all the way in the west, and then all the way in the east, you have Alexandria and the Suez Canal. So, to go past this, you have Italian submarines, Italian surface fleet, you have the Axis surface fleet and U boats that kind of periodically enter into it. As well as enemy French surface fleet vessels, although I guess
No, they
they're
did not.
not totally.
They did not. They did not participate at all. That is confirmed.
They didn't participate, but they were a fleet in
They were
being.
a
Kind
threat.
of, they were an
True.
implicit threat that just never actually happened.
True.
Because the threat was always if the Germans took the votes. But
True enough. And we could also just argue for this thing that Malta was also perfectly positioned to also interdict the Axis supplies to North Africa,
yeah,
where the Italian army
so
and
both.
Africa Corps were kind of like, fighting the Eighth Army.
Yeah. So it was the perfect base of operations to protect the Allied convoys and to be offensive against the Axis convoys, which, as Gaurav alluded to, comes heavily into play with the North African campaign. Initial conditions, this is 1940, Malta was heavily fortified. It had limited resources, but it really was a rock. The island boasted a modest population concentrated around Grand Harbor, a trio of airfields, a submarine base, very important, that submarine base, and extensive, coastal defensive networks. You're talking every caliber gun, anti-aircraft guns, everything. They were prepared for an invasion at all times. The Royal Navy,
which
also,
mind you, Mussolini wanted, but with the Germans to take the lead.
yeah, I'm gonna get into Mussolini majorly fucked this up. Get into it. So the Royal Navy, they bolstered Malta with submarine operations and shipguard duties, and of course the Royal Air Force. Their early strength consisted of just sea gladiators in terms of what Malta was looking at, and then later it gets much better for them, of course. The British and Maltese forces.
I think by 1941 they start getting at least the Hawker Hurricanes.
Yeah. Initially, they were concentrating on defending, the airfields, the harbors, and Grand Harbor, and all of its facilities. And of course, at the beginning, it was Governor General William Dobbie, and the air officer commanding was Maynard. Italy's entry into World War II was, around June 1940. And the Maltese air and naval battles pivoted on Malta's convoys and, a dynamic air campaign. Within the first months, Italy was conducting some heavy raids against Malta, prompting some counter raids from the British and some convoy operations. But despite the fact Italy had this window of opportunity to just straight up invade amphibiously Malta and could have been successful, Mussolini just didn't do it. And it's probably the biggest screw up of all time. It's complex as to why he didn't. He was focused on some other things that were going on, and he really just dropped the ball, basically.
And not to mention, in the early part of the Malta's defenses, they were pretty lax in the way they organized themselves in terms of, withdrawing supplies from ships, which actually in the first few relief convoys that would be sent by the British to the island, the stevedores on Malta, they did not, when the ships would come in, they did not even work around the clock. They would be just take it like as a 9 to 5 job of unloading the supplies. So
at the beginning,
as you can imagine, that did not work well.
So Mussolini became fascinated with his his stupid idea of resurrecting the Roman Empire. Basically, he initiated the North Africa campaign, and he diverted a lot of resources into attacking Egypt. And this was immediately at the cost of not performing just a concentrated effort against Malta. And this completely bit him in the ass later on, as I think we alluded to in our episode.
The cappuccino machines were pushed back.
Yeah. There's far too many convoy and surface engagements to even mention when it comes to the Mediterranean theater. You have things like Operation Hurry, which was like seeing some hurricanes being delivered to Malta, Operation Hats, and subsequent other convoys, XS, MB8, and some others were delivering, provisions, fuel, reinforcements, all the things that Malta needed to keep it in the fight. And because from the Allied perspective, they thought there was going to be an invasion of Malta at any moment. It never really came to be. Early Axis advantage in the air was marked by mostly the Germans. I mean, the Italian air fleet did some stuff, but it was really the increasing German effort when it came to putting down Malta, we'll say, like keeping them neutralized. And these are, because of German aircrafts like the BF 109s, JU 87s, the 88s, and the BF 110s, of course. And
Oh,
they
they
had an air
pounded
siege.
Malta bad.
Yeah. They would periodically do these air raids and they would increase and decrease over time. And it's honestly, if you're looking at a chart, it's like it goes up and down when the Germans get involved and stop getting involved. And this really hurt the Eastern Front, by the way, for the German war effort. It's just a big sidetrack for them. Axis
If I'm not
control of
mistaken,
the
it was an
central.
entire Flieger Corps that was operating in southern
Yep.
Italy at this time.
Yeah. Dedicated just to this that could have gone to the Eastern Front. Axis control of the central Mediterranean intensified in 41 when Rommel's Africa Corps pushed towards Egypt. And even, wasn't it Rommel himself who wanted to lead an invasion of Malta instead at some point? I think
at the very start, though, I think Kesselring that really was more supportive of that idea. Yeah, it was Kesselring, sorry. Rommel just
Okay,
did not care because Rommel never cared for supplies and
Okay, yeah.
logistics.
Okay, so it was Kesselring who was championing it. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was Rommel or he was against it, but yeah. But
Rommel just wanted his glory. He doesn't
course.
care because supplies will just magically appear.
Of course, but so Rommel, when he shows up to Africa under Operation Sonnenblumen, he does exceedingly well. He's a very aggressive commander. Couldn't do anything logistically though to save his ass, but he gives it to the British.
Churchill rations were great.
Yeah, he loved them. Malta endured sustained bombardment and high losses the entire time, multiple raids and surface engagements, trying to hurt Malta as much as possible. But Malta's strategic use, it simply outlasted the Axis. Operation Excess, for example, which was early 1941, and subsequent other efforts ferried thousands of tons of supplies and hundreds of personnel.
I think Malta's fortunes really changed because for a while in the early parts of 1942, it was battered so badly, even that submarine force there, which, mind you, were devastating Axis supplies, had to move out. Malta's fortunes, I think you could say, changes in June 1942 onwards, because first, Air Vice Marshal Keith Park takes over the defense of the island, and he's able to utilize the resources quite well. And do you want me to speak a little bit about Pedestal?
I wasn't sure how far you wanted me to go ahead into 42 because,
It's fine, I think, because we need to just cover Pedestal because this was the last all-out attempt by the Allies to reinforce Malta to prevent its capitulation. And I can't think of any convoy that was ever better escorted. 14 merchant ships and 2 fleet oilers being escorted by 4 aircraft carriers, 2 battleships, 7 cruisers, 32 destroyers, 11 submarines, and 8 other support ships.
Yep, definitely. And just one thing I'll mention. Just prior to Pedestal, the Axis had resurrected the original idea of an amphibious invasion of Malta. It was going to be known as Operation Heracles. But it never came to be. They ended up canceling it because they just couldn't juggle all the resources. So again, the Germans screwed up the same way that Mussolini did at the very beginning. They did have an opportunity, probably, to do it.
I think the problem, if I'm not mistaken, was the Germans wanted the Italians to be involved to kind of also alleviate some of the manpower stress. And Mussolini was practically dead set against any invasion unless the Germans were leading it.
Yeah, it's a large part of it. He wanted them to take the lead. And if you were thinking about this from from a strategic point of view, the Axis should have taken care of Malta by invading it, or at least neutralizing it for 2 solid years before they even ventured into North Africa. So Malta it's what broke the camel's back in the entire campaign.
Because if we just also continue, the British Mediterranean Fleet is commanded by Sir Admiral Andrew Brown Cunningham, ABC. Very aggressive commander and very shrewd. As you've seen in multiple encounters which we talked over in our North Africa series, he did give quite a nasty beating to the Reggio Marina. And Italian submarines were actually pretty easy to be hunted. And even the German U-boats actually struggled in the relatively shallower waters of the Mediterranean. The reason after Operation Pedestal, Malta started to recover as a submarine base, it was destroying Axis convoys later, and even the Air Force would start also, destroying the convoys as well. And if I remember correctly, when we did our North Africa series, I think after September 1942 onwards till Jan 43, right, which was the Jan of Feb, I think that's when the campaign ends practically.
Yeah.
No, I think it's March. Over 50 to 55% of supplies that were being sent across from Italy to reinforce the North African forces of the Axis, 50 to 55% were getting sunk. You cannot sustain those losses. You cannot feed that army. Now, I don't know where you're going to get all that food and everything. So that was, I think, the biggest uh loss. Is, as you said, right, there were two great missed opportunities by the Axis to, they could have taken Malta by just storm.
Yep, they absolutely could. It was very late for Operation Heracles, but it was just more logical to try and do that rather than this random effort to keep the North Africa campaign going on and the battle that ends up in Tunisia and all that. It was just stupid.
Yeah. And this would actually feed into the next part of the Atlantic convoy, is because we are talking about Operation Torch.
Which I can probably use the same map. It actually has Torch right over here at the bottom left hand corner. Yeah,
True, but I just want to take over sharing a little bit because
yeah, go
this is
for
a
it.
bit of another map that has a lot more details. Just give me 1 second. Operation Torch, as you can guess by the significance, was the first major Anglo-American operation of the war, and it involved practically three armies, you could say, of about approximately 40,000 men each, going to various points on the West African coast, landing, led by one of our favorite American generals, Patton, because he likes to mind you, he wanted to literally bomb, I think, Casablanca or something until they just surrendered, just because it was his birthday.
It was the most insane thing, and people were like, "What? You can't do this." Yeah,
I think he even wanted to almost go ahead with it even after they surrendered. But yeah,
yeah. He thought it was a waste to not do it. Yeah,
not to mention his crew literally dived into the waters to recover his pistols.
most important
But yeah,
thing. Yep.
so we had the Western Task Force, which was commanded by the United States Admiral H. Kent Hewitt. That is, Patton's naval counterpart. Yeah, the Central Task Force, whose naval commander was Commodore Thomas Durbridge, Royal Navy, and the Eastern Task Force, which was under Vice Admiral Sir Hal Burrow. All these forces rolled up to Admiral Andrew Brown Cunningham, and it was the first large scale invasion, you could even say, in terms of shipping. Approximately, we're talking about 350 warships of all types, from aircraft carriers to battleships, all the way down to the corvettes. And you have about 600 supply ships and transports. And I don't think they attempted such scale of operations with ships yet in the Pacific in late 1942. Craig, just keep me honest if I might not could have mistaken that.
That time, yeah, no, it's about right.
So yeah, this is a force, right? That has to have supplies for fuel. It's supposed to have ammunition and troops for 100,000 soldiers, tanks, and months of supplies. And obviously, what is the biggest risk? The U-boats, right? Because as you could see in the map, a lot of the forces are going to be coming down from the Atlantic, right? From UK and US.
As well as the French ships.
Yes, but Henry Giroud did not get command of all forces. That was, I think, a big loss for him. Yeah, thanks, Greg. Now, how did they, decide to protect against the U-boats? Because they had a layered defense. So, like, you had the close escort, which is smaller anti-submarine warfare ships sailing immediately with the transports. You had the distant covering force, which was the battleships and the cruisers, right? So, as you said a bit earlier, the possible threat of intervention from the capital ships of the Italian and French navies was a possibility, though never
Hmm.
materialized. But that is what the
Well,
distant
actually,
covering
the
force.
French, the French did attack
True, they did.
a little bit. Like, I mean, no, it was kind of significant. It was scary for the transports for sure.
You get fired on by 14-inch guns. Who's not going to be scared?
Yeah, seriously.
But yeah, you had the distant covering force of the heavy ships. And then what also was done to ensure safety, a lot of Royal Canadian Navy officers were taken away from their escort duties to cover the Torch convoy. And with a significant amount of shipping and fuel being diverted to Operation Torch, I kid you not, even though the shipbuilding efforts of Britain and US have now started are bearing immense fruit, the convoys that were crossing the North Atlantic, you could say, they had fewer escorts per ship and less fuel to maneuver than even early 1940. That is what kind of Torch did do. But it also was a great testing place for better Aztec, Huff and radar change. And how escort carriers could be utilized, they were starting to learn. Because slightly before this, one of the biggest developments was the creation of escort carriers. It was a pretty novel concept at the time, and you can imagine why, right? Because every country has pretty much built what? Fleet and light carriers. No one has considered a simple aircraft carrier that could just at the last moment just take over and do something. So this is the first escort carrier that took place, a converted merchant ship, HMS Audacity, and it was actually during her first mission, her first voyage, she was actually sunk. But she played a vital role in covering several Mediterranean convoys, and that was also commanded by one Captain Johnny Walker, which we'll get to. But let me just finish about the escort carrier. They carry at most one squadron of aircraft and would be able to sail with the convoys at slower speed, so they are not holding back the fleet carriers, which are designed to sail fast or are pretty juicy targets for a U-boat. And it was actually in Audacity's fourth convoy escort in her first mission, which was the Battle of Convoy HG 76. Her aircraft actually managed to help cripple two submarine U-boats, and in that one encounter, 5 U-boats were lost. So yes, she sunk on that voyage, but she proved her worth. That air power and escort carriers are gonna make a pretty big role for combating the U-boats. And that battle of Convoy HG-76 was captained by one of the best submarine killers of the war, uh, Captain Frederick John Walker, popularly known as Johnny Walker. Greg, would you like to speak a little bit about him?
Yeah, here I'm going to pull up a portrait of him. There we go. Yeah, he was a central figure, definitely, to the Battle of the Atlantic, and he certainly transformed British anti-submarine warfare through innovative doctrine and leadership. As a Royal Navy officer, Walker earned his reputation in the early years of the war for relentlessly focusing and on converting intelligence into decisive actions against specifically U-boats. His pivotal contribution came after taking command of the 2nd Escort Group in early 1940. He pioneered the hunter-killer ethos, emphasizing aggressive, proactive armed reconnaissance rather than passive convoy defenses. His approach combined tight coordination between surface escorts and long-range aircraft, enabling decisive attacks upon the U-boats rather than just merely protecting the convoys. He also initiated coordinated offensive patrols using rapid, flexible escort group formations to hunt down wolf packs rather than wait for the wolf packs to, attack the escorts, to attack the convoy. A key element to Walker's strategy was the effective integration of intelligence, notably the use of the Enigma-derived code breakings and alongside other things like radar, sonar developments. By correlating position fixes, convoy routes, and U-boat sightings, he could vector his ships into contact zones more efficiently. And before the convoys would actually come under any threat, his emphasis on persistent escort screens combined with successful depth charging and coordinated depth charge patterns led to sustained reductions in U-boat effectiveness throughout the Atlantic. So that's a little bit about him.
One of his most popular tactics was actually when the Aztec or sonars pick up a particular sighting of a U-boat. The U-boat's main defense is to just, dive, hope they set a correct depth so that the depth charges are not gonna impact them. His strategy was literally patrol that area relentlessly for a few hours. Just literally
Makes
starve
sense.
the U-boat out of its air.
Yeah.
That was his aggression. And this aggression actually also started to come into the Royal Navy and the Royal Canadian Navy at the same time by another figure, Admiral Max Horton. think maybe we could just also talk about him because he is now
Yeah.
the commander of Western Approaches Command.
So I just put up a portrait of him. So Admiral Max Horton was also a pivotal Royal Naval officer whose leadership shaped the Battle of the Atlantic. He had a direct impact on the survivability of Allied merchant shipping. His career prior to the Battle of the Atlantic, he was a pretty established, capable, decisive naval commander just before the war. He was in a senior position at the outbreak of the war, and immediately he helped implement some aggressive convoy defensive tactics and some anti-submarine measures that stressed speed, flexibility, and improvisation. When
I
he
would
was
also
appointed,
add he had a background in submarines. Even in the First World War, he was one of the first submariners of the Royal Navy.
yep, definitely. He's appointed commander in chief, Western Approaches, where he had to confront catastrophic losses due to German U boats at the time. So he was given quite a heavy command to lead. He supported a controversial and effective tactic called Horton's Force, which was very bold, sometimes too aggressive. It involved, aggressive patrols aimed at locating and destroying U-boats, even at the risk of overextension for the convoys. These aggressive patrols disrupted U-boat wolfpack tactics, and it forced the Germans to think about how they're going around the convoy routes.
It complemented guys like Johnny Walker's
Yep.
aggression. I've completely forgot to mention this. Under Walker, 20 U-boats were sunk by his ships.
Yeah, it's an incredible amount.
He was called the best submarine killer.
Overall, Horton, he complimented anyone who was aggressive. If you wanted to think about him tactically, he was very aggressive naval commander. When it came to escorting, he preferred to find the enemy and neutralize them rather than let them come to the convoys.
But he did also care for the men. He was the man that implemented the convoy rescue ships that would also be sailing with a convoy. Is when you're a merchant ship and you're under attack by a wolf pack, you don't stop to help. You stop to help, you are the next target. And it was still distressing. Many sailors recount the traumatic experience that if they were sailing without a rescue ship, they just have to sail on without them, and who knows if they'll ever be found again. And even the guys on the merchant ships would also no doubt feel utterly distraught. But it was a nice consideration for Max to really have these rescue ships to go. They were passenger liners or freighters. U-boats generally never even bother targeting it because they're not going to be carrying any personnel. Given you have limited torpedoes, you want to utilize your weapons for the most optimal target. And I think this is just a quote that really summarizes his aggression. In the Atlantic Conference in early 1943, he said, I really have hopes now that we can turn from the defensive to another and better role, killing them, when discussing about the U-boat menace. I think that really should sum up how we approach. But he did not have that say. He had more resources than Admiral Percy Noble when West approaches because now the shipbuilding has taken place. Right? You are not only replacing losses, you are enlarging your navies. Better technologies have now come in, and the U-boats are now actually. Craig, could you just zoom in a little bit into the center of the map? In the center red part on the Atlantic. Can you scroll down? Yes. As you can see, this a little bit further up. No, further up. Yeah. Right. This red part, that is what is the mid-Atlantic air gap. This was the only safe place where U-boats could operate. In the areas, as you can see, covered by the green lines on this map, that was the range of where Allied air power is going to ensure no one is able to get through, right? So they are able to get through, detect the submarines in advance. And this was a big problem for the U-boats. So they tended to keep to themselves here. Air power is interesting.
Oh, I think we're having a little technical.
It has a bit of politics in place. Sorry, did you lose me temporarily?
Yeah, you're back. It's okay.
Yeah, where did you guys lose me?
You were just talking about the mid-Atlantic air gap.
Aircraft are brilliant at spotting the U-boat. Granted, there are hundreds of thousands of square kilometers you have to look through, and there's a good chance a patrol is not going to find anything. But an aircraft can cover way more ground than any surface ship can. And both sides were trying to utilize aircraft for this purpose of finding the submarines and or the convoys, depending on which faction you were with. The germ. So maybe I'll talk a little bit about the uh, aircraft first. They primarily had two aircraft. One second. Just sharing a screen, Greg. I believe this was the FW-190 Condor. This was one of the first aircraft that the Germans were using to the Focke-Wulf FW-200 Condor, sorry. Churchill called it the scourge of the Atlantic. So it's a long-range aircraft that was able to spot convoys well in advance and give their positioning to the wolf packs who would then move in for the kill. And the reason it is called the scourge by Churchill, who had this real flair for dramatizing the verbiage that he would use, was just its ability to locate. And they made a few attacks on convoys, moderate amount of success because in the early parts of the war, they outranged most Allied aircraft. And however, the problem was it's a converted civilian aircraft. It's not a military aircraft. And when you are in range of actual Allied fighters, or the convoy is unfortunately one of the few that have an escort carrier or catapult aircraft on the merchant ships, well, it was pretty easy to get bent. Another aircraft that they had was the Ju 290. I think I have that picture also. The Ju 290 and 390 were other aircraft that were used. It also doubled down as a transport, hence you could see the shape of it, pretty large fuselage and rear doors as well. It was this, you could call it the successor of the FW-200 because it just had a better range and capabilities to defend itself and fight. But it's definitely not something you're going to put your hopes in terms of aircraft dueling. Other aircraft were the bomb and was BB-138, which was a maritime flying boat for reconnaissance, which actually nicknamed the Flying Clog. It's a pretty impressive name. To smaller extents, they actually even used the Ju-88, but wasn't really good because of its very limited limited range. Now, what are the issues that is faced was the inter-service rivalry, aka Goring hated the Kriegsmarine. He refused to give command because Hitler gave that one of his Flieger, like I think level just below an air corps to the Kriegsmarine and said, "Yeah, you use this." And Goring, who insisted anything that flies is his, was pretty pissed off, and that led to cutting the steel production, not replacing the aircraft at the time, and with the deteriorating situation as the war progressed on the eastern front, you just did not have enough resources. And another reason that they would fail later is the allies were going to be getting better at the job, because as the war progressed, even the allies had started to implement aircraft to support them. And I'm going to just show a couple of the key ones. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, this was the B-24 Mitchell. Now, this is the version that of the B-24 that was designated for coastal duty and maritime duty. They would be given better radar, depth charges, and the lay lights. These are some innovations I'll be talking to in the latter part of the segment, and would be destroying and devastating convoys as they would go through. Other key aircraft were the Lockheed Hudson, Vickers Wellington, and the Catalina flying boats, which all did their job. Not only are they able to attack the U-boats, they are also going to be able to warn the convoy that trouble is up ahead. So that was, I guess, a little bit on the particular air gap. Now, what I want to talk about is the second last section of our podcast for today, which is the U-boats on the run. Now, March 1943, the Allies did suffer pretty big losses. They lost 118 ships and the 600,000 tons of shipping were lost that particular month. 627,000 tons to be exact. And in November, they had also lost 730,000 tons. So between that period, they did suffer almost 2.25 million tons of 2.25 million tons of shipping lost. So Britain was really starting to panic about this particular uh, U-boat menace. And even as before he was sacked, pretty much, or forced to retirement, Admiral Sir Dudley Pound said, "There is insufficient shipping to allow us to develop the offensives against the enemy which have been decided on. Every ship sunk makes the situation worse. We can no longer rely on evading the U boat packs, and hence we shall have to fight the convoys through them." Now, an interesting thing is the March 1943 losses were a spark of concern, but it was due to two disproportionate successes that the U-boats managed to, inflict. Where two convoys, which had about 92 merchant ships, suffered about 25 vessels lost. They did not seem to consider the fact that the U-boats in March of 1943, they attacked only 31% of all convoys. So 2 and 3 convoys are actually sailing completely unmolested, and that number was actually 50% in November 1942. And not to mention, in the previous year, a net 2 million tons of shipping had been added by Britain and US thanks to the Liberty ships that were coming in. It was actually in May 1943 where the new technologies, weapons, and aggression of the U boat officers and the closing of the Atlantic air gap. It never got closed fully, but instead of having like 1,000 mile operating area, it's kind of shrinking by each year. There was this convoy, which you could say SC 130, which was a turning point. Three wolf packs of over 20 U boats attacked a convoy of almost 40 merchant ships and 8 escorts. The attacks completely failed, and no merchant ships were lost in that convoy despite being attacked, and 3 U boats were defeated. May 1943 was a disaster of a month for the U boats because it was that month the U-boats, 41 U-boats were destroyed in just 1 month. That was 25% of the operational force. And it is after that, the mid-Atlantic gap was pretty much empty because donors just began to pull back the U-boats. So I guess that was where you could say like the Battle of the Atlantic has now completely turned. The U-boats, which had that reputation as being the silent prey, that apex predator, well, they are now the hunted. Now, both sides also did continue to develop a lot of new innovations of code breaking. I know we give Bletchley Park a lot of success, and that it was really well deserved. But the 41, which was the communication key used by the Anglo American naval forces, and that actually allowed them to read into communications to know where convoys were and react accordingly. So I think that's don't really give them is that the U-boats, the Kriegsmarine did manage to do this, and it is actually Captain Western approaches on our information obtained by breaking our
Sorry, one of
ciphers. Yeah, I think I'm back. Sorry.
yeah, sorry, you had cut out a little bit there.
Where did you got lose me?
You're just talking about Bletchley Park.
Yeah, so Bletchley Park gets a lot of credit for breaking the ciphers and codes, but the Germans, Kriegsmarine, did actually manage to break the Naval Cipher 3, which was the code that the British and Americans used to coordinate their convoys. And for a while, the British did not even know this, even though they had some warnings from the Americans that their ciphers could be broken. And it was even later acknowledged by one of the staff officers that some of the most successful convoys were, you know, victims of those that had their transmissions intercepted and were broken. So that is one thing you got to give the Germans there. And the was a counter radar system, so the French, which could pick up the radio bands and radio frequencies used by the escorting warships that were having the radar that were trying to detect. So think of it as a counter radar per se, in for the most simplistic term. And this actually it's kind of like scramble the signal receivers, and they would actually even get an advanced heads up that, hey, there's a radar ship coming my way, which means there's a good chance it's actually either an escort group or a convoy that's coming to my way. And as a U-boat commander, you can just get the hell out of there and just reposition yourself. So it was actually a pretty neat advantage. The British, on the other hand, may and the Americans made a lot of advancements. So I think this is one. This is a you had a better sonar, ASDIC, and what I'm showing right. This is the Huff Duff on that is used. Together, all these three technologies, along with superior radar, the Type 10 radars that were fitted on aircraft and the various you know escort ships, they were able to find the U-boats at a much higher accuracy, and they could also try to pinpoint their accuracy below. The problem also, however, was for U-boats that were submerged. ASDIC is very hard to read. A lot of these ASDIC operators can easily get confused by a school of fish as much as it's a signal of a U-boat. So it it's it's an art for the operators to be able to tell the captain of the vessel that, hey, this is nothing to worry about, or hey, this is a U-boat. But knowing where your enemy is, it's a pretty big advantage. This was some of the one advantage. Another was, I think you could just say, Britain and America's industrial strength, with the Liberty ships now reaching peak production. And we're talking about three 10,000 ton cargo ships being launched every 2 days. There's no point of Germany trying to sink ships if the allies are just going to replace it with absolute impunity.
Yep. So produce them.
Now, this is something I do want to talk about because I think it's a bit relevant. Britain, at the start of the war from 1940, had this Dig for Victory campaign, which encouraged them to, use flower beds, communal gardens to actually, plant crops like potatoes and everything that can be grown at home. This was this is in stark defiance to Donitz's initial strategy, which is the tonnage war to starve Britain out. If Britain is not importing as much food, it does do away with his entire plan. Britain was much more sophisticated in the way it utilized its underused plots of land for agriculture. They worked with locals to find out which farmers were implementing best practices or would kind of like force the farmers out if they were not. But the Ministry of Agriculture worked with the local farmers who knew the area better. They actually even worked with the Ford factory to set up a factory in England to buy tractors, even though they were just pretty simple, basic ones. And they had, I think, a pool of 3,000 tractors on standby that they could just give. This improved the speed and mechanization of farms. And not to mention Britain with its steel not flesh policy, they were not going to increase their army by to more than 55 divisions, which meant agricultural workers were actually always in availability to help with the harvests. And I think this is the best tribute you could put for this particular victory, which no doubt must have made Donitz like realize, if he ever knew about the tonnage war. Britain increased its rationing to its citizens in 1942. The rest of Europe is cutting it.
Yeah.
Britain has
Significant
actually
difference.
increased. It boosts your morale of your entire population a lot. And one sec. And the last one, which is kind of like my favorite set, is this anti-submarine warfare's weapons improved a lot.
The hedgehog. Yeah.
I love it. The primary weapon for the first part of the Battle of the Atlantic was the depth charge. So it's like a bomb that's programmed to detonate at a certain depth. So if the U and unless it really hits the U, even if it bounces off the U-boat but is not at the correct depth, it's not going to damage or explode. It requires the U-boat to be caught in its, like a blast radius to cause damage if it's going to be effective. The Hedgehog, on the other hand, is not. It is just going to be a contact device, and it was forward facing. So the commanders could just be charging towards a particular U-boat instead of having to get right under them to launch the depth charges. It improved your arc of fire. And to talk about its effectiveness, during World War II, the British used 5,174 depth charge attacks, and those claimed 85 U-boats. So it's a kind of like 60 to 1 ratio. On the other hand, they made 268 attacks with the Hedgehogs for 47 kills, just slightly under a 6 to 1 ratio. So it's 10 times more effective. I did mention about the use of escort carriers and such also joining in. Another thing was the larger convoys were also taking place. British professors actually calculated that sorry, let me take a step back. The standard grouping was 6 escort ships for 24 merchantmen. That was the accepted ratio of warships to convoy protection. British professors managed to take a study that 8 escorts can offer reasonable, practically the same amount of protection to 48 merchant ships. So, if you were to even just do it mathematically, that frees up 4 escort ships for other roles to either escort other convoys or be part of like Max Horton and Johnny Walker's support groups that would just be roving around the Atlantic trying to find U-boats to kill. That was one. And then Western Approaches Command, they and the Women's Royal Navy Services played so many different war games, simulating past battles, going through communications, trying to think how the enemy were actually going to think, using ultra decrypts, whatever information they know about their own forces capabilities, the enemy's capabilities, and pass that knowledge on to the merchantmen and escort commanders. And that it's not exactly easy to identify, but it definitely would have had a tangible impact on the way commanders would be working through when actually under attack. And the last tactical innovation you could call was the ley light. It was like a big aircraft equipped light that could suppress U-boat activity. So a lot of the U-boats would be operating and moving mostly at night to avoid being detected by the roving Sunderlands, B-24s, whatever that may be. This light could be used to find and illuminate the U-boats and detect them pretty effectively at night, forcing them to submerge. So you've taken away their greatest asset, mobility as well. So these are the multiple initiatives and interventions that the Royal Navy put into place to help them turn the tide in the Battle of the Atlantic. And with that, I would say the Battle of the Atlantic of our episode is, you could say, is at an end, because the first episode, it looked like the U-boats were the ultimate killer, the apex predator, the silent lurker, and now they are definitely on the run. The
Yep.
Kriegsmarine are practically defeated.
Yeah, now it's the U-boats getting hunted down, and
The
it's
hunters
going
are
to get
hunted.
much worse, way worse for them, as there's going to be even more innovations at the end of it, and particularly when it comes to air against sea innovations, it gets ridiculous, and yeah, U-boats are going to be very vulnerable. Hey guys, this is Craig from the Pacific War Channel. Please don't forget to check out my YouTube membership or my Patreon account over at www.patreon.com/PacificWarChannel, where you can join the ranks and gain access to a hell of a lot of goodies. At the base minimum, you get access to the exclusive monthly podcast, early access to all of my content, voting rights for what subjects I will tackle next, and at higher tiers, I have much more goodies to come. So please click that link and check it out. I'm like listening to myself saying things. I'm like, oh my god. But please, Gaurav, take us through, and I will going to toss up just a general map of the Battle of the
Yeah.
Atlantic.
Sure, much appreciated. So while Craig brings up the map, let's take a recap of where we were. The Battle of the Atlantic is the single largest campaign of the war. Started literally from the second day of the war with the sinking of the Lusitania, which was sunk by error, mind you, till slightly after the end of the war. While the primary theater is in the name, which is in the North Atlantic, we were covering the the Arctic convoy and Mediterranean battles, where the Reggio Marinas realized that the clear and shallow waters of the Mediterranean are very easy for Spitfires and other recon aircraft of the British to spot them. And the Arctic convoys, well, Britain recovered pretty spectacularly, because in August 1942, a massive convoy loss saw over 100,000 tons of supplies lost. It also included like several hundreds of vehicles and tanks, so it was a pretty big loss. That was the Battle of Convoy PQ-17. But in the Arctic, the decisive blow did come to just after Christmas 1943, the Battle of the North Cape, where the Scharnhorst was defeated by the Duke of York in an engagement that had been planned by Admiral Bruce Fraser, which also has one ship that is going to be coming in today for a brief moment when Greg does talk about D-Day. And after that, the Arctic convoys were practically secured, and no German force, be it from the Luftwaffe or the Kriegsmarine, would be really threatening the supplies going to Russia. Which I think if you also consider the timing of the event, Russia was also on the offensive against Nazi Germany in the east. It was December 1943, so yeah. I think Kursk and Operation Bagration had already taken place. Now, in the main theater, the Atlantic, Britain not only had started rationing much early into the war, unlike France, for example. Britain actually started its rationing in September 1939. France did not even consider implementing it even during the Battle of France, I might add. And the dig for victory, optimal use of the land in Britain, and focusing on the correct crops ensure that Britain actually was growing more food and becoming less reliant on imports. And over the course of the battle, yeah, they faced setbacks such as the Bismarck sinking HMS Hood, the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau and a few other commerce raiders, the Wolfpack tactics. But Britain recovered. They got lucky with the Battle of U-117, where the destroyer HMS Bulldog's crew managed to recover the Enigma. In several key battles in March and April 1941, many of the U-boat aces were sunk. And with America entering the war towards the end of 1941 and finally adopting to the convoy system and working pretty well with the British, not perfect. Ernest King was a notoriously difficult man to ever want to work with. I think Douglas MacArthur would second me on this.
I think Douglas MacArthur would second any attack on the U.S. Navy.
Well, at least it wasn't as bad as the Japanese in their army and navy. So
no, that certainly is the worst. Yeah, definitely.
But after the US got into convoys, the Allies did suffer actually a setback in towards the end of 1942, where because of the incoming Operation Torch requirements between October 1942 to Jan 1943, you actually had fewer convoy escorts per convoy than any other time in the war, because a lot of the shipping was directed to North Africa. But the British also made one very good change. Admiral Max Horton was placed in command of Western Approaches, that is based in Liverpool. He loved his golf. He would golf all the time during the day and just work at the night. But he was an aggressive commander, utilized his escort groups much better. And with commanders like Donald McIntyre, Frederick Johnny Walker, these guys were sub killers. Just these two commanders sunk, I think, around 15 to 16 U-boats in the war together. Oh, I think it's a bit more. I'm not sure of the exact number, but I think 3 to 4% of the entire U-boat force of the war was sunk by these two men. The mid-Atlantic air gap was closing, and by May 1943, the U-boats are in full retreat. Because the gap is, as you can see, where we have this dark area, it is closing because Coastal Command got more B-24 Liberators. You had more Catalina flying boats, more Sunderland flying boats. They had great radar. The ships were now equipped with ASDIC. And more importantly, you had the Hedgehog come to. Now, because anti-submarine warfare weapons improved so much because the depth charge isn't that great, unfortunately. Ratio was immense. Greg, it took about 60 depth charges to sink a submarine. Do you know how many volleys of the Hedgehog it used in comparison? 5.
How many volleys?
5 volleys of the Hedgehog. And
Yeah, it's a
one
significant
of the
improvement.
important, one of the biggest advantages of that was actually it fired forward. It did not fire like underneath. That was the biggest shortcoming of the depth charge. Right, so the submarine could escape. Now, D-Day, and by now the Germans are, focusing solely on the Mediterranean theater and the Atlantic theater. They've completely withdrawn from the Arctic convoys. Now, after the destruction of the Scharnhorst and the Tirpitz being the eternal ship that never wants to engage, Dönitz and Hitler said the new generation of U-boats was needed, which Dönitz is like, yeah, buddy, it's now probably too late. Because unlike the Führer, Grand Admiral Dönitz actually had, realistic, a realistic outlook to life, you could say, in comparison. And this is where the new program to develop the Walter U-boats did take place, which were to have much higher speeds underwater. U-boats were agonizingly slow underwater. Their surface speed is about 17 to 18 knots, which was actually faster than most of the destroyer escorts, like these various corvettes and tugboats, which could make maybe, say, 14 to 15 knots. They're no match for a destroyer, that's for sure, because destroyers could go to what, 30, 32 knots? But the submerged speed of most U-boats, especially the Type 7, which is the workhorse U-boat, their underwater speed was 7 knots. And they had a limited endurance for being underwater. They definitely could not stay more than a day. This new U-boats were going to be powered by hydrogen peroxide propellant. And what they just decided to do while this was going on is they converted the U-boat propulsion to the electro boats, which is just kind of modifying the existing batteries that were used underwater. So instead of getting a complete redesign, you're just trying to improve on an existing one. And this was actually seen with the Type 21 U-boat, which saw about 118 out of the 1,000 or so U-boats that were completed being this type. And unfortunately, these U-boats, despite their promise, would actually never serve. The Type 21, only one out of the 118 that was completed left for a combat patrol.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so the Type 22 just just ignore it. It did not exist.
Yeah, it's like the Shinano for the Japanese.
Oh yeah. But they were most of the other existing U-boats, the most important thing is they actually gave them the snorkel by turn of 1944. This allowed the U-boats to actually end up running their diesel generators while underwater and recharge their batteries. So greatly did improve their underwater endurance, though it definitely did not solve the speed issues. The U-boat's primary hunting, Greg, do you have the picture of towards the central, like towards, can you go down towards the Mediterranean? No, towards the Mediterranean. Is it not in this image?
No, 1 second. I'll get you a Mediterranean map.
No, just Atlantic and Mediterranean. I think you have one of the map with the air gap would be pretty good. So they decided to move towards convoys that were going towards the central Mediterranean because that was also a direct route for the Americans to supply their forces in Italy. Right, because right now I think you would be having the main Italian land campaign where General Mark Clark is trying to up my boy General Harold Alexander. And
Yes, he
it is
is.
also Also, coincidentally, this is also the time of Anzio, so you have a pretty big landing taking place. Just, I think, what Anzio was about, what, 30 kilometers from Rome? Something, it was pretty close.
Yeah, it's very close, very close.
Yeah. So they actually decided to try to focus on this, thinking the North Atlantic convoys will have all the protection. They can target, call it a soft underbelly, if I was quoting Winston Churchill, just out of Europe. And the Ultra works. Ultra is pretty useless in giving you quick intercepts. But if you have a long term strategic intercept, that's way more valuable. The Allies learned of this through intelligence, and three naval task groups with escort carriers were in this region. And these carriers did not work as just like, the primary escort that would just be going with the convoy. They were they were operated like this hunter killer groups, like what Commander Johnny Walker would actually be commanding. They had permission not only to support a convoy, but, search and destroy. And in a few missions, uh, one merchant ship and several convoys was destroyed. But at the same time, almost 20 U-boats were destroyed by these escort carriers. That's pretty brutal. Uh, like casualty loss, and this is actually where the until the U-boats could get upgraded for the rest of 1943 in this region, the Wolfpack was abandoned. And at the same time, because the British also got the access to the Portuguese Azore Islands and operate military aircraft, the mid-Atlantic air gap is now becoming even smaller. So this is where Donitz now decided to innovate. And you could say the biggest upgrade he got was the T5, probably gonna butcher the pronouncing, Zonkonig acoustic torpedoes over the traditional contact pistol magnetic torpedoes used. It is officially called the G7. It is a passive acoustic torpedo, and the acoustic torpedoes are a kind of torpedo that aims for the sound and searching for the use of the sonar of ships to kind of use it. And you know it's almost like a primitive homing missile, you could say. It could turn and navigate, because most German torpedoes, and actually most of the torpedoes that were used even by the Japanese and the British and Americans, they were contact torpedoes with a magnetic pistol. You'll fire them at a range, you will set the speed and depth, and they will just go towards a magnetic surface, which was usually like the ship's hull. And then once they reach, then the hope is it will actually detonate. Considering, as we discussed, I think in a few previous episodes, the US in the early war had pretty lousy torpedoes.
Oh, yeah.
But the new Wolfpack tactics was also implemented. The idea was they were first ordered to attack convoy escorts with the acoustic torpedoes before going after the merchant ships. In the past, you just go for the sheep, right? Which in this case is your merchant ships. It's kind of inverse. So the first attack, uh, which was actually on convoys ONS 18 and ON 202, 21 U-boats attacked, and at the cost of 3 U-boats, they did sink 6 merchant ships and 3 warships. It was the only success of this new Wolfpack tactic, because afterwards, well, yeah, the casualties were pretty bad. At the end of this tactics set towards which culminated towards the end of the calendar year 1943, well, 8 merchant ships of 56,000 tons were lost, along with 6 warships. But, Craig, I just want you to do me this honor. Guess how many U-boats were lost?
20?
Please go a bit higher.
30?
39.
39. Oh, yeah, it's that's bad.
Yeah. For 6 warships and 8 merchant ships. Considering merchant ships, the US were like getting out Liberty ships as if they were just like, canned goods today. The way it was churning them out by Henry
Yeah,
Kaiser's
certainly.
shipyards. And
Certainly Germany, especially at this point in the war, can't afford this.
And at the same time, you have the warships that are going to be sunk are what? At the best, a destroyer, if you're lucky. Most is going to be like a destroyer escort or maybe a frigate or corvette.
Yeah,
Or if you're very
by
lucky,
late 43, late
Yeah.
43, it's not worth it anymore. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. And I think this is a great telltale sign of how bad it was in 1944. 41 patrols were sent out from the U-boat by the U-boats into the Atlantic from France in January 1944. That number fell down to 10 by May. The U-boats were actually moved to the Norwegian fjords because the number of the losses were just unacceptably high. The operational strength of the U-boat arm has now dropped down to 89 U-boats from 120 at the turn of the year in that same time frame of January to May 1944. Remember, Dönitz was always gunning for having 300 operational U-boats by 1940, 1941. It's too little, too late. And Craig, now that we've put in the groundwork of what all this happened in the Atlantic, would you like to talk about the naval operations of D-Day? Because that is the defining characteristics of this year on the seas.
Yeah. So, as I would imagine most audience members know, D-Day, or as it's known, Operation Overlord, was probably, I guess, the single most important operation in the Battle of the Atlantic. The naval aspect of it was codenamed Operation Neptune. Very good name, by the way. Planning had begun, in 1943 under British Admiral Bertram
I'm sorry,
Ramsay.
should I just add? Caligula would have gone insane hearing that there was an operation honoring Neptune.
Spear the water. Planning had gone, as far back as 1943 under British Admiral Bertram Ramsay, who was going to be, coordinating an armada of over like 6,000 vessels from 8 different allied navies, but primarily Britain, America, and Canada. The fleet would include 1,213 warships. We're talking battleships, cruisers, destroyers, and smaller craft.
And I think it
4,000.
will also be including the motor gunboats and all that would be helping with the shore bombardments, right? And folks, in case you don't know, Bertrand Ramsay, I would actually say, could probably coordinate amphibious operations and all better than Richmond Kelly Turner.
Okay, that's a bold statement. This would also include...
He is the guy that coordinated Operation Dynamo. He was in charge of the landings and naval operations under Sir Admiral Brown Cunningham for Torch.
Torch as well.
He commanded. He was again a similar role for Operation Huskies. So he does have the credentials. It's not like it's...
Yeah, of course. But also, this would the landing force would include about 4,126 landing ships of many, many different types, thousands of other supporting vessels like minesweepers and merchant ships and such. Obviously, secrecy was paramount for all of this, and there was other operations that were like done to mislead the Germans, such as Operation Fortitude, and I mean there was countless other operations. Famously, there was that operation where Patton was given like a ghost army and stuff, which was a funny one.
But it actually worked because the Germans did genuinely believe that the Pas-de-Calais was the
Yeah. The Germans believe that the attack was probably coming at the Pas du Calais, but I
Not
mean,
because
if you look,
I think I think it was more just geography plus pattern that worked hand in
yeah,
hand.
of course, but
Because I think it just maybe reinforced the belief that this was the landing zone.
yeah, but of course, if you look at the Atlantic Wall and the amount of physical manpower that they had, the Germans were really screwed with this, and I mean, like the they also half-assed their defensive plans at the last minute. So, anyways, they were not. It wasn't looking good for them,
I
regardless.
mean,
But
anyways, the Atlantic Wall was what I think it was operated at what at the best like at 50% manpower in the required sectors.
I think it was like a third.
Some
Yeah, something like that. But
no, I was just meaning like certain sectors were like at 50% overall. I think it was a third.
yeah, assembly occurred in the southern English ports with convoys forming in areas like the Isle of Wight. Weather delays pushed the invasion force from June the 5th to the June the 6th because they had to measure everything as far as tides were concerned. Everything this had to be pulled off perfect conditions. It's very complicated.
Yeah, and if actually did not do it on the 6th of June, the invasion would literally be delayed for a month
Yeah,
because
yeah,
they
because
had to
of
wait
storms.
for
Yeah,
the no, not the storms. It was actually they needed the same condition of the moon to
yeah,
be in
yeah,
orbit so that it exerted the required uh, conditions of the tides because what they wanted were clear nights so that the airborne troops have an easier job and it has to be a full moon to kind of help the gliders
yeah.
and something over the tidal conditions and calm seas. But I just want to add one thing here, and thank you that you have this particular graph. When sorry, map. Shit, I've been working way too much with graphs recently. But the day of the dawn of 6th of June, right? I think at the last minute on the 5th of June, when the 24-hour hold had been put on the invasion and everyone was just hoping that the weather's going to clear up. One of
Yeah.
the meteorologists, he confirms that, all right, he gives Ike and the Supreme Command that, all right, it's going to clear up. And Eisenhower then makes the decision, we go. And luckily, the weather prediction was true, but the Germans did not actually have any radar to really detect. So they actually slackened off on the morning of the 6th of June mostly because they thought that this weather is just, it's not capable, worthy for launching an amphibious operation. And coincidentally, a group of E-boats, right? So they are the German motor torpedo boats. They were just on a patrol and they come in front when the fog kind of clears out. They just see the entire armada of the allied forces just waiting. And this particular e-boat, like I think the flotilla commander, the guy literally panicked and said that it's impossible, there can't be so many ships in the world because you just have like battleship, as you mentioned, 7,000 warships upon sorry, warships and support ships. But I can completely understand his perspective. And this was actually I read in that same book because that battle was actually talking about just Omaha Beach. Right, so it was the Mammoth Book of Battles by John E. Lewis. And I think one of the assault echelons that was actually going to Omaha, yeah, as you can see, it's Force O. Its bombardment force was actually two battleships and I think about 14 to 15 destroyers. This is not even counting the smaller vessels. So,
Just to help out, maybe I'll toss up
yeah,
this map for a little bit that actually breaks it down a little further.
true. But this was just like the force just supporting Omaha for the shore bombardment, and you had battleships as
Mm.
well. So I just wanted to add
So,
that.
yeah, as for the YouTube members who are seeing this, obviously the naval forces were divided into on the west you had the Americans, east you had the British Canadians for their task forces targeting. It was 5 beaches: Utah and Omaha for the U.S., Gold and Sword would be under the British, and Juneau for the Canadians. Pre-invasion planning before H hour, which is going to be 6:30 for most of the beaches. Naval forces were trying to clear a path, so minesweepers are coming in from the Royal Navy and the U.S. Navy, sweeping about 10 channels through German minefields, marking safe lanes with buoys under the cover of darkness. This Spud Pier operation, which that was its code name, was essential as mines posed obviously a severe threat, and several ships would be lost due to them. But the lanes allowed the invasion fleet to safely approach. Allied air and naval reconnaissance had mapped out coastal defenses, but naval intelligence was relying on frogmen, and this is primarily from the British. The British combined operations assault pillage parties. They would swim ashore, gather data, and there would also be diversionary bombardments and dummy fleets to just further confuse the Germans.
Yeah, I think some of these other diversions were actually the dropping of the Ruperts further inland,
Yeah.
which was confused for the real paratroopers. And if I'm not mistaken, even in the prelude to D-Day, the British actually sent a lot of commandos to just gather the sand and soil from the beaches
Yeah.
to actually test the viability for holding the vehicles and all that are going to be coming through in the thousands later.
That's how complex this was, yeah. So
and people actually wonder if Sea Lion could have taken place.
Yeah, no, it is. It's God, Sea Lion was such a joke. But as dawn broke, the naval bombardment would commence. It was actually one of the largest naval bombardments in history. 6 battleships, including the USS Arkansas, Texas, Nevada, HMS Warspite,
And-
Ramillies, and Rodney.
Thank you. I just wanted you to mention Warspite.
Yeah.
No, I just love the Warspite, so.
Oh yeah, it's in World of Warships, it's actually one of the favorite ships out there. There's also 23 cruisers who joined in, 70 destroyers to unleash a torrent of shells upon the German fortifications. The goal was obviously to soften up the defenses, destroy gun batteries, create craters for cover and such. At Omaha Beach, for instance, the USS Texas and Arkansas fired about 600 rounds, but it was poor visibility, and the fortified positions, wasn't really easy to destroy them, so it was very limited in effectiveness. But yeah, destroyers would provide closer support, maneuvering perilously close to the shore to try and suppress machine gun nests and German artillery. The HMS Ajax and other ships would engage in duels with coastal batteries, while rocket-firing landing craft added to the overall barrage.
I'm
The
guessing,
fire support.
sorry to interrupt. I'm guessing the US hopefully would have also put in some of the lessons it's learned the hard way from the Pacific.
Yep, they definitely would have. Although I think there was only one significant commander who had experience there from the Pacific. But of course, they're sharing notes and they know what is effective and what isn't.
Because the only commander I know who operated in the Pacific and then came here was not actually a naval commander, but an army commander, General Collins.
Yeah. But still, they definitely would benefit from everything they learned in the Pacific. For example, I just mentioned the rocket firing from the landing craft. That was something that, was developed through the Pacific warfare, and it showed to be extremely useful, especially when the Japanese are putting their defenses at the beaches itself. So, I mean, this is a similar situation, just much more fortified, mind you. The fire support continued post-landing with ships like the French cruiser Montcalm, adding Juno to the Juno beach assaults, and a ship shouldn't be named after Montcalm because he was a terrible commander. But anyways.
Well, I was just actually surprised the French actually contributed a naval vessel.
Yeah, on the right side of the battle, not on the other side. But the core naval action is.
Sorry, because you just mentioned the French. It's just this big incident that happened. I think before the breakout out of Normandy, de Gaulle comes ashore to meet Montgomery because until you had the breakout from Normandy, Montgomery held supreme command. That was anyways the agreed path, after which Montgomery would retain supreme command of the British and Canadian forces, and the Americans would go to Bradley. And de Gaulle comes and Fred starts criticizing Montgomery for his lack of pace and deriding the Allies as usual because they're not doing anything good, blah, blah, blah. And you know how Montgomery is. He just doesn't seem to understand most of these insults or whatever. And Good for him, he actually did not know French. And the aide of General Charles de Gaulle, who had to translate de Gaulle's insults into English because de Gaulle doesn't know English, luckily. That aide, he just says to Montgomery, the general wants to thank you for all the effort that the British and Americans have put in, landing this operation and planning to liberate our country from the Germans. That guy, he should have got the Legion of Merit and every award just for avoiding a war between Montgomery and de Gaulle.
Yeah, seriously. De Gaulle, who would go on to be an absolute piece of shit, by the way. And I'm not just saying that as a Quebecois. He ruined this entire province. Anyways, I won't get into the history of that, but De Gaulle is a piece of shit. And I think not just my opinion, many people's opinions. For the core naval action, obviously it's, ferrying and landing over 132,000 troops, on D-Day. Specialized vessels like LSTs, those are landing ship tanks, LCTs, they're all delivering the men, the tanks, and the smaller vehicles directly onto the beaches, with smaller Higgins boats shuffling the infantry. Mulberry harbors, prefabricated artificial ports were also towed across the channel, and then they were assembled on spot, which is incredible when you think about it, under fire, to facilitate the supply lines.
They had already prepared Pluto pipeline under the ocean, which was going to be pumping like a 50, 60 kilometer pipe from Britain to France, which was just going to be supplying all the oil and fuel required for the Allied ground forces.
It's simply incredible. Everything is nuts.
So the scope of the tanks and everything that will come later. One British tank commander who served from D-Day till the surrender of Germany in this theater. He said he literally had, I think, 3 or 4 tanks shot out under him, but he never went a day without having a tank because he would just go back to the regimental motor pool and just pick up a new tank. So, but Craig, do you know about the famous incident involving Bertram Ramsay on D-Day with Churchill and the King?
Oh yeah, well, but tell the audience. I'm aware of it.
Yeah. Maybe we could just do it because it's. I think one of the greatest things of Bertram Ramsay is actually his ability to remain calm under pressure and just manage egos. Because I think he definitely would beat Kelly Turner on the not having a quick temper. I mean, not that it's really a contest. Do you want to just
explain? Explain what happened with the King.
Yeah, so as Craig mentioned, Admiral Ramsay was appointed to be the naval commander-in-chief of the Allied Expeditionary Force. Right, coordinating like literally hundreds of thousands of soldiers across thousands of ships. And just before D-Day, both Prime Minister and Winston Churchill and the King George VI, were at loggerheads. So Churchill informed the king that he intended to observe the D-Day landings from the HMS Belfast, which was on bombardment duty, which was one of the 17 light cruisers that was on bombardment duty. And the king, who was also a veteran of the Battle of Jutland, he said, yeah, sure, I would also like to do it, so I'm going to come with you and, we'll observe it from the Belfast together. And the two were civil loggerheads because both of them did not want the other to come. They just wanted to go individually. And then they go to Bertram Ramsay to kind of get him to mediate because, well, he is the guy who's going to make the decision. He just says, I am not taking responsibility for your safety. And then he kind of says, well, if the operation goes bad, we need you both to be there to, stabilize the civil government, plan with the Americans to, how do we react if it goes bad. And he pointed out that Belfast is going to be in a position where German shore batteries can easily target it. It is at risk. Then he also said that the Luftwaffe could also come in. Granted, they only had 300 aircraft in France, but well, still technically a risk. And he said, you guys need to stay home and, just be prepared for the worst case scenario. And ultimately, both did not go for the bombardment on Belfast.
Yeah, it's very fortunate for them.
Yeah,
And
but I think it was a good handling of the situation of two pretty influential people with a
yeah,
lot of
definitely.
sway. And
Um,
would you be surprised that Montgomery also managed to piss off Ramsey?
wouldn't surprise me. Montgomery's pissing off anybody.
Yeah, like this is not related to D-Day, but Montgomery just said we're just gonna take Antwerp and the supply situation's gonna solve itself. It was actually Ramsey and Admiral Cunningham who were literally telling, Shafe that yeah, it's one thing to take the port from the land, but we need to clear out the access to it. And this is apparently, I think Bertram Ramsey said that the port was of no use while the German held the approaches, saying it would be of much use as Timbuktu. But, well, Montgomery got his way, so then the Allies had to spend quite a lot of resources to clear the approach to Antwerp because what
Mhm.
Montgomery wants, Montgomery gets, unfortunately.
Yeah. There was some naval action involved in Operation Neptune, although honestly it's kind of small, but I will mention it. At about 5:10 a.m., German torpedo boats from the Eastern Task Force attacked off Sword Beach, firing about 15 torpedoes, and they did manage to sink the Norwegian destroyer HNOMS Svena. The German ships then withdrew to the east, aided by a smoke screen that was laid by the RAF to try and shield the fleet from, long-range guns at Le Havre. Allied mine losses would also include the American destroyer USS Corey off a Utah beach and the 53-meter patrol craft USS PC 1261. But yeah, it's very limited in scope when it comes to the naval actions. Uh, the outcomes, of course, it was a fantastic operation that was very successful. There was also other things that were done, like there was naval rescue efforts to save thousands from drowning or from enemy fire. Over the course of many weeks.
I would actually say, I remember a British commando captain was saying they the seas before, right? Because these guys had to spend 24 hours plus on these assault craft during that delay. Some of the British soldiers were so successful in their attacks on Juno and Sword because they just did not want to go back onto that craft. So you better make the assault stick.
Definitely. I mean, just the rough sea conditions actually caused havoc, especially at Omaha. There was a lot of
Mhm.
mislandings and there's friendly fire also that's never accounted for, right? Transporting, over the course of weeks, about like 2.5 million men and 500,000 vehicles are going to be transported by I think August. There was
It's
a
no, I'm just saying it's just insane of the logistics that they planned.
Yep.
No,
By
I would just say,
July,
yeah, you mentioned
no,
the
go for it.
Omaha mislandings, like the misidentified landings. You could say like no one landed where they were supposed to be. It actually
Yeah.
worked brilliantly at Utah Beach
Mhm.
because Utah was actually it's actually funny in a way that the Americans got literally the hardest and the easiest beach to assault
It's true.
because Utah Beach was the most successful of the 5 landings, whereas Omaha
Yep.
was the most brutal.
What was actually really brutal was capturing one of the key objectives was Cherbourg, which is a notable port city. Took
Uh,
till July to actually capture all of it, which would
yeah,
conclude the Neptune part of the operation.
yeah, but that is actually the reason why they had the Mulberry Harbors because they knew the Germans would
Yeah,
probably trash it and it would take months to repair it.
yeah,
I'm
because
just
you
gonna
needed
add a
a
little
port
bit
facility.
of when the U-boats also attacked from D-Day.
Mhm.
Like I think on like the Atlantic operations were sent out to confront Operation Neptune, but while you had these shore bombardment groups, the Allies at the English, like the part of the English Channel that opens into the North Sea and to the Atlantic, they had also stationed anti-submarine forces because the U-boats would be approaching either from Norway or from the Bay of Biscay in France. And the first phase from coming from the Atlantic was 8 of the many thousands of vessels that were participating were sunk by the U-boats at a cost of 13 U-boats. And like as the U-boats that are equipped now with the snorkels, hoping that they could evade the Allied air power and air coverage, they tried to attack in the second week of the invasion, and they lost 7 U-boats for sinking 2 ships. It
Yeah,
was just
it's
a
abysmal.
doomed effort between 16th May and 1st November. The Allies lost 12 small warships and 14 merchant ships to the U-boats for a total tonnage loss of about 60,000 tons. The cost was 72 U-boats.
Jeez. Yeah, that's terrible. Abysmal.
Yeah. And the Norwegian U-boats were just far and few in between because they just literally would not be able to reach. And there's actually, I think, in November uh, 1942, as the news is tightening around France, right, for Nazi Germany, the bases of Lorient, Saint Nazaire, and La Palisse were by September, October were completely evacuated. All the ships had, like U-boats, had sailed off to Norway, and very few attacks could go because now the British have way more air coverage. Because by the early parts of, sorry, the second half of 1944, you now also have air bases on France, and you have the air bases in UK. And the biggest U-boat killer has always been the aircraft. And they just were not able to do anything. And even though they would later try to send some Type 9 U-boats, which are the long-range U-boats, to Canada around this time, which were equipped with the new radars, detectors, and a search radar called the Hohenthwel. These Type 9s off the coast of Canada towards the end of the year of 1944. They only sank 6 merchant ships. Sorry, 6 warships and 9 merchant ships. My apologies. At a loss of 7 U-boats. Hardly worth it. And the Type 9 is way more costly, larger than the Type 7, which is the most common loss. And it was just pretty much just a futile effort. Right? Donans would continue these desperate patrols in 1945, where you'll have the Type 7 snorkel U-boats patrol the British waters from Norway to Germany. And 65 was sunk in the last few months in these waters. He had 19 U-boats actually sail for the Americas. And of this 19, 9 U-boats were sunk off the waters of America, sinking only 6 small warships and merchant ships. That was pretty much what happened. And actually by towards April 1945, sorry, keep always forgetting the dates or when the Russians are advancing. The Baltic ports were also evacuated by the U-boats because they wanted to avoid capture from the Red Army. And Norway would see another 17 U-boats sink by Allied aircraft as they try to move to Norway. The last actions for the U-boats would take place on the 5th or 6th of May 1945, where 1 merchant ship and 2 U-boats were sunk in separate incidents. But the last actions of the entire campaign of the Battle of the Atlantic takes place on 7th to 8th of May 1945, when U-320 was sunk by an RAF Catalina flying boat, And another incident on the same day was the Norwegian minesweeper, and a couple of freighters were actually torpedoed before the German surrender. And after the surrender, 222 U-boats were actually scuttled by the crews, and the 174 U-boats that still remained in port were surrendered, and most were actually destroyed. But some served in the Allied navies, and Japan captured 6 U-boats because they were in Japan at the time. Because I guess the alliance technically ended, right? When Germany surrendered.
Yeah, technically, yeah.
But yeah, that was the action with the U-boats. I'm wondering, should we talk about a bit of the torpedoes right now and the hunt for it before we
Yeah,
get
sure.
into the losses? Yeah. Would you like to lead that?
Yeah, sure. So here, I'm just going to bring up a map of kind of many of the places the Tirpitz ended up.
You mean where it hid?
Yeah, exactly. I guess you call it the hunt for the Tirpitz. It's a warship that was named after, of course, the famous German Admiral Alfred von Tirpitz, not General.
Guys, we covered him in the Naval's Arms Race episode of our podcast, so do check it out.
Oh yes, thoroughly. It was the largest battleship ever built by Nazi Germany, one of the most formidable warships of World War II. It was launched in 1939 as the sister ship to the infamous Bismarck, and the Tirpitz, displaced about 42,000 tons, stretched 251 meters long, was armed with 8 15-inch guns, making it, quite a threat to Allied naval operations if it ever did anything.
I actually found the fact that secondary armament was actually pretty extensive. Like you had 12 6-inch guns and 16 4.1-inch guns.
Yeah.
And 16 1.5-inch guns as well. So it was pretty good and pretty well armored. 320 millimeter belt armor and 360 millimeter turret armor. I'm pretty sure
I have
something
a picture
that
up of it right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure HMS Hood would have preferred that kind of armor.
Yeah, I had a family member on that ship that went down with it. So yeah,
I'm sorry about that.
Nah, it's all good. It's a great uncle or something. Actually, I'm literally in the process of doing an ancestry.com thing because I would love to know the name of this person. My family cannot find any records of him, but yeah. So here's a picture of the famous Tirpitz, very famous warship.
The only greatest accomplishment the Tirpitz ever had in the war was the amount of ordnance and resources the British
dedicated to
wasted
killing it
in trying to get this ship. That's the
so
only
we're
thing
gonna
I'm going to tell.
Yeah, so as you're alluding to, the mere presence of the Tirpitz in what was known as the Norwegian fjords tied down a lot of Allied resources, earning it the moniker the Lonely Queen of the North. The Allies' relentless pursuit to neutralize it became known as the Hunt for the Tirpitz, a campaign blending daring raids, innovative technology, and sheer persistence from 1941 to 1944.
And I think I'll just add this, like the threat was really great, or like the fear that the British Admiralty had for the Tirpitz. For actually convoy PQ-70, there was a pretty strong covering force which had a fleet carrier, 2 battleships, and several heavy cruisers with their destroyer escorts. They were not with the main convoy of PQ-17 and its escorts, but they were close enough. And they got intelligence that the Tirpitz is weighing anchor and preparing to move. And Admiral Sir Dudley Pound just panicked and recalled his forces instead of wanting to engage the Tirpitz. And that actually led to the destruction of PQ-17.
Mm-hmm.
And it is true, the Tirpitz did weigh anchor to just go to a new fjord.
Exactly. So the Tirpitz strategic value was just the potential it had for disrupting Allied convoys, supplying the Soviet Union via the Arctic route. It would be stationed across all the fjords in Norway after the Bismarck sinking in May of 1941. And, it was constant menace, even though it never really shot a single fire at any Allied ships. British Prime Minister Sir Winston Churchill famously prioritized its destruction, declaring it, quote, the greatest single menace in our sea communications. I mean, it's ridiculous. I think the lengths they went to going after the ship. The Royal Navy,
I'm going to list out some of the operations that the British mounted to get rid of the turbines in that time frame.
Just yeah,
Between
sure, list them.
yeah, between 1940 and 42, they had conventional bombing and 15 plus raids to bomb the turbines, and all missed because that time bomb aiming was not that great, and the weather in this area of the world wasn't really good. Then
Mm.
October 1942, you have an operation called Operation Title, where you had manned torpedoes or chariots gone, and the torpedoes were kind of hidden under the fishing boat and broke during a storm. So yeah, nothing happened. September 1943, you saw the first maybe real success, you could call it, against the torpedoes, called Operation Source, where a midget submarine, which is an X-craft, it slipped in under the nets and laid mines, and that explosion lifted and blew up a turret section, and it disabled the torpedoes for 6 months.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure by the end, because this is actually one of the reasons why the Scharnhorst was actually sent for the Battle of the North Cape and not torpedoes, because, well, it was still being repaired. Then you had Operation Tungsten in April 1944, where the British launched a carrier airstrike where 40 Barracuda aircraft score 14 hits on it. They kill about 122 crew, but the armor wasn't pierced. It's just superficial damage. Unfortunately, these
Yeah.
small bombs from the aircraft may not always just do anything to, the big armor ships. Then you had the Goodwood raids in August 1944, which is like another set of four carrier strikes. And the German smokescreen defenses around the torpedoes did wonders, which the British hit nothing and lost 17 bombers. Then you have Operation uh, Paravane, which was in September
Oh, this
1944,
one was crazy. Yeah.
where it was like the Lancasters from Russia hit it with a Tallboy, making her unseaworthy. And then in November 1944, Operation Catchism, where the 32 Lancasters dropped Tallboys, which
Tallboys,
caused
which
it.
are insane, 12,000-pound bombs. These are monster bombs.
I think they were called literally, yeah, and the explosive is literally 2.4 kgs. Sorry,
It
2.4
was crazy.
tons. One sec. I got this comparison image. I think this is why people need to see this. This is the tall boy. It really is a tall boy.
Yeah.
As you can see, it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was actually called the earthquake bomb.
Yes,
And
it was known as an
you could
earthquake bomb.
not, even a standard Avro Lancaster could not take it. It literally required modifications to be able to mount it. Now, honestly, if I were talking about, pretty interesting bombs, I really love the skipping bombs that the Allies had for, that breaking the dams. Those were, I think, the best.
Yeah, those are really
But
cool.
maybe we could just talk about the last two operations, because that was the death blows to the turbines.
Mhm.
So when we had Operation Paravane, it took place on the 15th of September, where 23 Lancasters, which had 17 of them were carrying a tall boy and 6 were carrying 12 mines. They scored a single hit on the ship's bow, and they actually flew from Yagdonik in Russia, so they were coming at a completely different angle of approach. And that tall boy penetrated the ship, exited the keel, and exploded in the bottom of the fjord. These tall boys were something else.
They were supposed to be
And
kind of bunker busters, so it makes sense. Yeah.
yeah, I think they were actually designed to directly just penetrate and break through the U-boat pens in the Bay of Biscay and all, because those were pretty well fortified complexes, so makes sense. And the bow was flooded with almost 1,000 tons of water, and it caused a serious forward trim. The ship was limited to like a speed of 8 to 10 knots and unseaworthy. The concussive shock caused severe damage to fire control equipment, and it was just actually that was the death blow, you could say, operationally for the torpedoes, because the naval command just decided that this ship has no value whatsoever as a ship. It's just a floating gun platform, which, in a sense, that's pretty much what it was all its life. At least the Yamato at least sailed into combat. So, just saying.
No, true.
And the repair work, holy, you got to guess, Greg, how long would it have taken to actually repair the torpedoes from that attack?
A year.
Close, 9 months.
9 months. Okay.
And it would still take a few weeks just to patch the holes. Yeah, it was a pretty devastating attack. And then I think it was on 15th October, about a month later, the ship made a 200 nautical mile trip to the Torsmo under her own power, which was the final voyage of its career.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had Operation Catechism, which is the final attack on 12th of November.
Yeah.
The ship actually used her 15-inch guns against the bombers. And the bombers, they did disperse because, well, a 15-inch gun firing at you is a pretty scary thought.
That's terrifying, yeah.
Yeah. And we had a force of 32 Lancasters from the number 9 and 670 Squadron drop 29 Tallboy, scoring
Oh my
2
God.
direct hits and 1 near miss. And
Killed like
several other
1,000
bombs
people.
landed within the anti-torpedo net and actually caused a significant catering of the seabed. And that was actually very important because the seabed was now destroyed, which was deliberately selected for the mooring of the ship because of the previous attack, which caused her to list, and this is to avoid the capsizing of the ship. No, I got a better image. And the second hit was, it just blew apart the armor belt abreast where the bomb hit. And maybe they said a third may have struck the turret Caesar. And then this actually caused the port side listing of 15 to 20 degrees. 10 minutes later, it was a 30 to 40 degrees, and then the abandoned ship was given. Right? And this was literally 15 minutes after the attack of the Lancasters from the number 9 and 617 squadrons. And at 9:58 a.m., a large explosion rocks one of the turret Caesar. So I don't know what was its exact position, but it would be one of the 4 main turrets of the Germans, like on the German battleship. And the turret roof and a part of the rotating structure was literally blown up almost 100 feet into the air. And unfortunately, it fell on some of the crew that was trying to swim away, crushing them. Yeah, ouch. And in the aftermath, 82 men were trapped in the hull and were rescued. And yeah, it did capsize and sink, with the death toll estimated being of 950 to 1,200 men. And the men actually the survivors actually transferred to continue serving on the Lutzow. But that was the end of the Queen of the North, as you called it, the ship that never chose to engage. But that does bring us to the end of the hunt for the Tirpitz. Now, maybe we could just talk a little bit of the Battle of the Atlantic's losses. Because it was a pretty grueling campaign. The British, it was estimated that the Germans lost about 30,000 sailors aboard the U-boats and the various surface raiders that took part in the battle, while the Italians lost about 500 men. The Germans in total lost about almost 800 U-boats and about 47 other warships, whereas the Reggio Marina, in attribution to the Battle of the Atlantic, lost 17 submarines. They never, because their other losses were technically considered part of the Battle of the Mediterranean with the Royal Navy, so it's not going to be counted here. The Allies, on the other hand, they had around 3,600 merchant navy sailors killed, and a similar number also on the various warships. For example, like HMS Hood would have seen like I think 1,400 of that death toll from that one vessel alone. They lost 175 warships, 741 coastal command aircraft, and over 3,500 merchant ships. That was the cost for the Allies. But this was still the most important theater of like supplies in the throughout the entire war. The Allies lost about 21.6 million tons of shipping, and from the Axis forces. So this is including Italy, Japan, and Germany. It's also going to be including attacks by submarines, by aircraft, by mine, by surface ships, and everything, right? So I guess Bismarck will also count in this. And of the 21.5 million tons that were lost, almost 17 million came in the Atlantic. So Atlantic was the theater. Even though the Japanese did lose a lot of ships to the United States in the Pacific, it just feels like it's
Yeah.
nothing compared. I don't think the losses are even the same.
No, there's no comparison.
Yeah, and the submarine was the greatest weapon for Allied shipping against Allied shipping, with more than two-thirds of the total tonnage sunk coming from the submarines. Then actually you did have aircraft and surface ships being like, in 2 and 3. And they did take over 3,000 vessels. The Germans, however, they only killed 187 enemy vessels with the surface raiders. That is including the auxiliary cruiser Atlantis, and auxiliary cruiser Penguin, which together sunk 50 vessels for about 300,000 tons of shipping. Pretty impressive. Admiral Scheer, 17 kills. Then you had the Admiral Graf Spee, which had 9 killings, and the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau also sank 22 vessels. So I don't know. Bismarck would have I guess you could just give it a HMS Hood.
Pretty much.
But the German surface raiders only had 187 ships. On the other hand, in the U-boat section, the U-boats lost over 782 vessels, and they only were able to combat back against 175 Allied warships. It did include some very notable targets. I think one being, not sure which was the exact aircraft name. Was it HMS Illustrious or Glorious or Eagle? Like that was the first fleet carrier in the world sunk by by a submarine torpedo. And fleet carriers are massive investments.
Oh, yes.
But yeah, so I guess it was a brutal slogging match, but ultimately, what prevailed was not only the Allied material advantage, but definite better use of their resources as well. They got the right commanders at the right place and more importantly, had support from the higher brass more often than not. Because I will say this: the Kriegsmarine had a very competent guy in Admiral Karl Donitz. He realized what was the strengths and what could have been done. The problem is Hitler and Admiral Eric Raeder, they just were not going to back him. And once he finally got the backing and the leeway to do what he wanted with, expanding his U-boat arm, by the time it was too late. I mean, if he had his 100 operational U-boats in the Atlantic by summer of 1940 instead of having a total force of 50, who knows? It could have been a pretty difficult time for Britain, because you got to also credit Britain's planning team. The Dig for Victory campaign, the way they already had stockpiled tractors for cultivation of unused land, using the local farmers to help in the growing and optimal use of crops, and actually just trying to grow simple crops and non-competing ones, so that the crops for food and the crops used for livestock and everything, they don't compete with each other for the land and resources. Britain was the only country in Europe that actually increased its rations throughout the war. I think that is the most underrated statement you could ever say.
Absolutely.
But yeah, Craig, this brings us to the end of the Battle of the Atlantic.
Yeah, this concludes the Battle of the Atlantic. Whoa, that was loud.
I'm sorry.
All good. I just wanted to say before we let the audience go, please, again, I implore you to check us out on YouTube. We might actually be on another channel for this episode. I'll keep everyone posted about that. There might be some changes going on. And of course, if you'd like to further support us, please consider checking out the YouTube membership or our Patreon account at www.patreon.com/the Pacific War Channel. By joining either of these, you get access to the exclusive podcast series. You get early access to all the content I make and voting rights for the subjects I will tackle next. Again, a big thanks to Gaurav. Thank you for taking us across this journey. And until next time.
Thanks, Greg. Great to really enjoyed talking about the series, since it's been a passion campaign of mine. So thanks for listening to me rant about U-boats, tactics, anti-submarine warfare, weapons, and getting to also fanboy for some of my favorite escort commanders in Donald McIntyre more than Johnny Walker. Yep, I said that I prefer Donald McIntyre.
All right, you heard it here first.